named in the honor of the late Professor John Holmes, a distinguished Canadian diplomat, scholar, and one of the ACUNS founding figures. The lecture brings leading policymakers, practitioners, and scholars together and reflect on pressing global challenges and the role of the United Nations and the wider global governance architecture. So now it is my great pleasure to open the next page so that I can introduce our wonderful keynote speaker. Yesterday we talked about youth and future generations in plenary. It comes really nicely, and it is a really privilege to introduce ASG, Assistant Secretary General, Kitty van der Heijden, who is UN Assistant Secretary General and Deputy Executive Director of Partnerships at UNICEF, where she leads global partnerships to advance children's rights and well-being. She brings more than 55 years of experience in international development, spanning leadership, world government, and the United Nations, civil society, and international research institutions. Throughout her career, ASG has been a leading voice on the intersectional sustainable development, climate action, and children's rights. Before joining UNICEF, she was the Director General for International Cooperation, the Minister for the Netherlands, previously on the Netherlands Under for Sustainable Development, and Director of Climate, Energy, Environment, and Water. Today, she just speak on the defining challenges of our time, the disproportionate impact of climate change on children's rights. Please join me in having a very warm welcome to ASG van der Heijden.
Good morning, everyone. There's a lot of lights here. Hard to see you all. But welcome here in this room in Lisbon. Welcome everyone online. It's a huge privilege for me to be here to speak the John Holmes Memorial Lecture. And we're going to our own memorial this year as UNICEF. We turn 80 this year. And as we're turning 80, as UNICEF, we were born on a rainy day on the 11th of December 1946 after the Second World War. We are reflecting how far we have come and how much extraordinary progress we've been able to achieve for children worldwide. We've almost eradicated polio. We have gender parity now in First of all, because of rising conflicts, of course, the aftermath of COVID, the massive, unprecedented reductions in funding for development and humanitarian causes, but I'm afraid climate change has something to do with it as well. This lecture, however, is not about climate change. This lecture really is about what climate change does to children. And that is, as per the title of my lecture, no small matter. Children represent 1/3 of humanity, but they're overrepresented in the bracket of the extreme poor, because 50% of the extreme poor are children. And in the 80 years that we have achieved so much of progress, this is what we have done to global emissions. We've been able to use the atmosphere of this one small planet that we live on as the global gutter, and it's harming children. Now, I'm not going to argue with you that climate change is real, that it's not a hoax, that it's not hypothetical, that it's here and it's now, and I think we know that. But we're not talking with enough sophistication, nuance, and understanding what climate change is doing to the children of our world, and we need to change that. And so today I'm going to take you through 3 topics. 1 is to really make you aware of what's happening to children. 2, really to define what ambition looks like at national level and at global level. And 3, the A for action, I really want to give you a few examples of what we can do before you succumb into depression. When it comes to children, I want you to realize that there are 2 parameters that we need to look at when it comes to climate change in children. One is that they're disproportionately impacted, and I'll explain why. And second, that they are uniquely vulnerable because of developmental, physiological, and behavioral issues that children bring. This is from the AR6 report that outlines the differentiated impacts of climate change depending on when you were born. And why am I showing this slide? Because very often what I see is that we extrapolate our own experience as adults, when we are researchers, when we're policymakers, when we are negotiators. And by doing that, we inflict enormous harm and injustice on children because they are disproportionately impacted. Now, if I look around this room, and thank God I see a few young people, but many of the researchers here will be from my age bracket. I was born in the early 1960s. My risk of a lifetime exposure to a heat wave is about 4 times. If you are born in 2020, that risk rises to 30. So depending on when you are born, your risk to different typologies of climate hazards, be they hurricanes, be they floods, be they droughts, be they heat waves, will rise exponentially. And of course, it is children in the lower latitudes from poor communities where social services on which they depend for survival and to thrive, those are most at risk. But even globally, we are now seeing that the next generation of children and the current newborns risk to be the first generation that have a poorer physical health and mental health than any generation before that. That is what I call injustice. And so let me take you to India. Because what is really important to understand is that the impact of climate change on children begins before they are born. That's where unfairness and injustice starts. Heat exposure takes a higher risk on the body of a pregnant woman, and it increases the risk of stillbirth. Evidence links a 1-degree rise in temperature with a 5% increase in stillbirth. Just let that sink in. It's up to 16% higher risk during a heat wave. What we also see, because heat waves pose a risk and stress on a body that's already under stress with a pregnancy, of preterm birth. Again, the odds of preterm birth increase 4% by a 1-degree rise in temperature, 26% increase during a heat wave. And so here you see Jivat Ram. He was born at 1.5 kilos, far too early, disadvantaged from the get-go. And his mother, due to the heat wave, dehydrated, did not produce any breast milk to feed her own child. What also happens during extreme heat waves is what we call fetal hypothermia. What that means is that the heat leads to inflammation in the body and reduced blood flow to the placenta. And what that does is that it leads to structural brain changes, to neurodevelopmental delays, and changes in the basal ganglia, which is the deep brain region responsible for motor development and emotional regulation. That is what we are doing to children, influencing their mental and behavioral health later in life. Children suffer in ways that we as adults do not. And of course, air pollution, too, has an impact on unborn children because those chemicals pass through the placenta and again lead to the same things: low birth weight, preterm birth, and developmental delays. Can I see a show of hands? Who in this room has children? Okay, that's quite a few of you. Then you will have noticed, maybe if you paid attention, 2 things that set newborn children apart from adults. One is that they breathe twice as fast as adults do. If you breathe twice as fast as adults do in this type of environment, whether you have outdoor air pollution or indoor air pollution, it means that in contaminated surroundings, you breathe in a lot more pollutants. Of course, in young children, lungs are growing, they're expanding, and they're lodging in contaminants from the get-go. They make them very susceptible to polluted air. Children also breathe through their mouth, which takes in more pollutants, and they're short, right? They're much closer to the ground where the concentration of pollutants is much higher than the level where we breathe air. We know that almost all children in the world now live in areas of detectable ambient air pollution. We also know that air pollution is the second highest cause of under 5 deaths in 2023. But there's another impact. If you would have held your newborn baby, you would have seen that it doesn't do something that we do in the heat that is here in Lisbon. Newborn babies don't sweat. Now, what we do as adults when it's as hot here in Lisbon, we do something that's socially highly inconvenient, right? We sweat and we smell. Highly inconvenient, but a very efficient way to cool down your body. Newborn babies don't have what we call the thermoregulatory capacity to sweat. They don't have the efficiency of the sweat gland, so when it's hot, they can't cool down their body, and it leads to organ failure, and it leads to death. And let's make no mistake about the vastness of the challenge we're talking about. We're talking about 1.5 billion children exposed to more frequent, longer, and severe heat waves, and 1.2 billion children that are exposed to extreme heat. I am not going to talk you through what climate change does to food production. I'm presuming that that all is sort of well known. What is not so well known is the impact that this has on children, particularly, again, young children. If young children do not receive enough nutrients on the critical development window, which is the first 1,000 days of their lives from conception to the second birthday, those chronic nutritional deficiencies lead to what is called stunting. And that means it has developmental delays, cognitive impairment, that, and this is the lasting injustice, you can never recuperate from, even if later in life you get everything you need. In a place like Ethiopia, where I worked for several years of my life in the upper northeast, dry lowlands, 42% of children, ladies and gentlemen, suffer from stunting. Just imagine what that does to educational attainments, to productivity and earnings later in life. 35.5 million children were acutely malnourished across 23 countries in 2025, classified as nutrition crisis. In 16 of those 23 countries, extreme weather events were the primary driver of what was happening. We have made, as I said, remarkable progress. If you imagine from 2000 to 2019, with malaria bed nets, with insecticides, with massive investments in prevention, we've been able to reduce global mortality of malaria by 1/3. But now climate change is changing that, because it's changing temperatures, it's changing precipitation patterns, where mosquitoes are able to breed, how long they breed is changing. And with that, what we see is that malaria deaths are going up. From 2019 to 2021, malaria deaths are going up by 8%. And why that is so unfair is that it is the under 5 years of age that have the hardest hit. 75% of malaria deaths are children under 5. That's about 1,000 children every day. And of course, when flooding hits here in Pakistan, what we see, of course, children can't swim, so they're 100% dependent on their caregivers. But water also gets contaminated by sewer material. It leads to typhoid, E. coli. It leads to cholera. And because children have immature immune systems, unlike adults, adults get sick. Young children, unfortunately, they die. When a disaster strikes, it's always the young children that are hit hardest. And you may not think that there is a relationship between climate change and education, but 242 million children in 2024 saw their education disrupted because of climate change. Here is Fiji, roof went off. It's flooding, you can't reach school. Or it's too hot because of a heat wave and the school is closing. Yes, and here we go to digital education, but if you're in a poor region and a poor household, you don't have electricity, you don't have connectivity, and you lose out on learning. And every year of school increases your future earnings by 10%. If we want to develop the world and the future, education is going to be critical. And then the last impact I wanted to talk about is the huge, huge injustice we're doing to girls. In a place like Bangladesh, in the poor regions of Bangladesh, we have measured that when a heat wave lasts longer than 30 days, child marriage in the age bracket of 11 to 14-year-old goes up by more than 50%. And I hear many people think, why? What's that have to do with climate change? It is because poor parents, the only coping mechanism they have when their crops are withering in the field, if you're a subsistence farmer, when the rural feeder road is washed away with a flood and you can't reach the market as an informal labor, the only way to deal with the economic knock-on effects of climate change is that you sell off your young girl as a bride. One mouth less to feed and a dowry to get. In a place like Ethiopia, again where I work, 2021 to 2022, the severe drought in the southern belt, it led to a rise in girl marriage, 119%, but also a 27% rise in female genital cutting. There is nothing worse to a girl than that injustice, because we fail as adults. Now, of course, climate change is a global phenomenon, we know that, but the impact is felt in very differentiated ways. But unless we know where it happens, to whom it happens, and what happens, we cannot develop the right policies to deal with it. And so that is why we, as UNICEF, 2 weeks ago launched the Children and Climate Change Risk Report, and underpinned by that is the Global Child Hazard Database. It's the most comprehensive database on where cohorts of children are and what the typology of climate risks are that children are hit by. It maps 8 different risks, coastal floods, riverine floods, extreme heat, droughts, fires, heat waves, sand and dust storms, tropical storms, and it maps 2 risks that are not directly related to climate change but are compounded by it, which is malaria and air pollution. We have no excuse not to act. And as you see, the risks are severe. 1.1 billion children, that's about half of the world's children, face 3 overlapping climate risks. And those effects are very clearly global, around the world, from east to west, from north to south. But the ability to deal with these impacts, of course, is very different among high-income countries and low-income countries. And so for me, it is crucial that the multilateral world starts to deal with what we are facing. And for 30 years, and I've been a climate negotiator for longer than I care to remember, if I look age beyond my years, it's because I spent an inordinate amount of times in rooms with no daylight, and we were negotiating paragraphs on gender and on indigenous groups. But for 30 years, UNFCCC was completely childblind. It never, ever mentioned or referred to children. The first time that that changed was at COP28, when I led the UNICEF delegation, and finally, for the first time, we have an explicit reference to the need to address climate change and children, and they mandated the first ever expert dialogue on children and climate change for the first time in the history. Again, extrapolating our own experience as an adult is doing children a huge injustice. And of course, it's no coincidence that the absence of children from the negotiations has something to do, and it mirrors the wider gap in the evidence base. This is the number of references made in the IPCC reports, in the assessment cycles. In the first report, 1990, 8 mentions of children. In the last report, AR6, 331. So we're getting better, but we are scratching the surface. We started to look into this as a multilateral community, as a scientific community, far too late. But we cannot finish late. For the legal people in this room, child rights are not an aspiration, they are an obligation. And the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child has made that very clear in General Comment 26, that children have a right to a healthy environment, and that governments are obliged to make sure that they get that. Now, we are doing as UNICEF our utmost to make sure not just that children's rights are embedded, but that we also hear the voices of children. All the national climate policies, the NDCs as they are called by every country that were submitted in Belém, we have mapped how far they have come to improve their targeting of children. And we have moved from the previous cycle to less than half to 70%. So we're getting there. We have more than 80 countries who now signed the Declaration on Children and Climate Change, from China to G7 countries to many developing countries, and it signals a really good beginning. But whether the ending is good is going to be determined by what we do. Because recognition, again, is only the beginning. A child-responsive policy only matters when it is funded and when it is implemented. And that's where this figure comes in. Of all the billions and billions that we have spent on climate change through the multilateral channel from 2006 to 2023, a mere 2.4% was spent on child-responsive issues. That's 2.4% for 2.4 billion children in this world. They're half of the world's poor, 1/40th of the global funding. We need to do better. Because history will really look at whether we are managing the mitigation crisis with the ambition that is required to avoid the unmanageable, whether we manage the unavoidable, in other words, that we adapt to the climate change that is already there, whether we work on risk reduction, such as early warning, disaster risk reduction that reaches children, and whether we deal with the inexcusable, which is loss and damage. The risks are very real, they're not hypothetical. But the solutions are also there, and so before you again succumb to depression, the action is already happening on the ground. Here is Yemen, where we produce 10 million liters of water daily since last year with solar-paneled water systems. In Mongolia, where air pollution is huge because of coal-fired power plants, we're working on clean electric heating, improved insulation. We've improved the policy on clean air to ban raw coal. It is all eminently doable. In Mozambique, routinely hit by hurricanes, time and time again, we launched the first ever parametric climate risk insurance with a focus on children. Sounds like a mouthful, I can talk about that later. A scheme that won 3 industry awards for being effective to protect children working with commercial insurance companies. We can actually get this done. And so, my conclusions, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, it is absolutely urgent that we start to think about children not as an add-on, not as an afterthought, but as a first-order question. It's not cuddly, it's not soft, it's not charitable. It is hardcore future investments. Children, including those that are not yet born, are the largest disenfranchised constituency in human history. And what we're doing right now is the biggest risk transfer to children that have no way of defending themselves. The second is, particularly for all of you here in the research community, have a look at the global risk hazard database that we've produced. Read it, attack it, improve it, use it, because we can only address once we know where it happens. And finally, we have to start defending the multilateral system itself. I spent 35 years plus in this world working on environment, working on development issues, and for many, many years, I did not know that children were uniquely disproportionate. That was a new discovery to me. I was ignorant, and I'm ashamed of it. But I can no longer be silent in the face of what children are facing right now. And I want you to understand that another future is still possible. None of this is predetermined. We can still avert the worst, and we can adapt to what is happening. And if that future is to be built, if it is built at all, it will be precisely the sort of patient institutional work that John Holmes gave his life to, and that this council exists to study and to strengthen. Because history is not going to ask us what we declared, it will ask us what we build. And I will end, if it works, with a little video about Lorna. This is the highlands in Papua New Guinea. It's a beautiful, beautiful area. And there's a 15-year-old girl called Lorna that swims across this river every day, twice. It's a river that is known for two things: currents and crocodiles. And Lorna has to swim through currents and crocodiles because the footbridge that took her from her village to the classroom was washed away by a flood years ago, and it was never rebuilt. And everything I've said just now about data, about policy, about politics, and about science, for me comes back to that single question: whether a child would have to swim past crocodiles to reach school. Now, Lorna is a very brave, courageous girl, and she'll get there. But let us make sure that when her children are born, that they're able to go to school through a bridge, unafraid, dry-shod, because that future is still ours to shape. So now let's get it done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ASG van der Heijden, for a very, very powerful speech on the damage to children. Now we are moving into a wonderful panel. So if I may invite the panelists while I introduce you. So first we have, and if you could have a seat in the front. So we have first Professor Paulo Magalhães, who is a professor at, we have Paulo Magalhães, who is a jurist and researcher at the Faculty of Law of University of Porto, and has published extensively on climate change, global governance, and the planet, including on a new approach to manage our use of the Earth system and on a new juridic conception of the planet. He founded Portuguese NGO Quercus Zero and the Common Home for Humanity, and also executive director of the Task Force for the Recognition of Climate as Common Heritage of Humankind. Let me introduce the next panelist, so that he can also sit in the front. Professor Stefan Marx is the Dean of the Jindal School of Public Health and Human Development at OP Jindal University. He worked for the US Senate, International Institute for Human Rights in Strasbourg, UNESCO, UN peacekeeping operations, Harvard University in academia, and more in his extensive career. His publication on public health, international law, development, biotechnology, terrorism, cultural rights, tobacco control, access to medications, and mental health, and right to health. Lastly, but not least, let me invite Dr. Alice Odingo, a dear sister who hosted the last annual meeting in Kenya. She's an associate professor in the Department of Geography, Population and Environmental Studies at the University of Nairobi, and vice president and director of ACUNS. She has published extensively on agricultural, food security, poverty, livelihoods, climate change, energy, gender, disaster risk reduction, ecosystem management, agrobiodiversity, health, cleaner production, sustainability issues. And she's worked with UN Environmental Program, served as deputy chairperson of the university, UN University and partner universities on education for sustainable development in Africa. So I will come to that place so that I can pose questions. So if I may start with Professor Magalhaes. I think it's the general question to all the panelists, but what does the speech, a powerful speech by ASG, mean in your area of research? And how does it affect the way you research, how you research, what you will implicate, what is the implication in the area of your research?
Thank you so much for the question. After this wonderful speech, at least me, we learned so much about the effects of climate change in children and how injustice is the matter, and the convictions that we are reaching the time to really make structural changes, to not be afraid of changing the way how we address climate change. We start well in 1992, when the Rio Convention said that the goal is to control the CO2 in the atmosphere. After, in Paris Agreement, we start to say that the goal is to control the total emissions. That means that the CO2 that is already in the atmosphere belongs to no one, and there is no problem about this. And everyone knows that the big problem is the accumulation of CO2 in the atmosphere. The current emissions are important, but we have to address the total amount of CO2 that is already in the atmosphere. And we have no legal, neither financial, any instruments in climate policy to address the accumulated CO2 that is in the atmosphere because it belongs to no one. If I make one removal of CO2 of the atmosphere, no one will pay me for the benefit that I'm making to all humanity. If I make a removal and I sell in the market for someone to make another emission, I will earn money with this. And this is an end game. There is no solution with this approach. We are working in a net zero and forgetting the CO2 that is already in the atmosphere. So we need a legal framework, because the oceans and the atmosphere, the air circulation, the ocean circulation, the biochemical composition of the atmosphere and the oceans is common. And the water composition don't care if it is inside the sovereignty or outside the sovereignty. As International Law Commission said, we have to distinguish airspace from atmosphere. And in this moment, there is no legal status for atmosphere. It's res nullius, it's something that belongs to no one. I think the first proposal, when the issue of climate change arrived to the United Nations, there was a big discussion about what is climate from a legal point of view. What is not easy because it circulates around the planet, do not have borders. And the first proposal was to recognize climate as a common heritage of humankind. It was reject this proposal that came from Malta because climate has no borders, do not accomplish the principle of territoriality. So the solution was not to recognize climate as a common heritage, but rather to recognize climate change as a common concern of mankind that no one knows what is a common concern from a legal point of view. The common concern does not give rights to benefits made on the system, neither give obligations to make damage to who make damage on the climate. And in Paris Agreement, in the preamble, they say climate change is a common concern that gives no rights, no duties. We are concerned. I think that our children's next generations have the right to be that we are more than concerned. And for now, it's what I have to say.
Thank you very much, Professor Magalhaes. Let me go to Professor Marks. So what does that mean in your area of research, including, but you have so much wide area of expertise, so you choose which area you would like to respond to, in peace and security, public health, including access to health, mental health. Please.
Well, it's a great pleasure to be here and to comment on that, especially when our moderator is also a special rapporteur of the Human Rights Council, and that allows me to link the topic of the impact of climate on children to what you mentioned, the General Comment 26 of the Committee on the Rights of the Child, should be seen in a broader context, and it's mentioned in General Comment 26, of course, in the broader context of a rights-based approach to development and a rights-based approach to climate change and a rights-based approach to children's rights. So that happens to be my field, is the applying a human rights-based approach to development questions. And on this specific issue of the impact of climate change on children, I want to draw the attention of those who don't know about it that there is one of your colleagues, a special rapporteur on the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, that there is a trend that is growing of international litigation focusing on children with the support of organizations like the Final Stand, which is mobilizing children to be part of litigation to hold those responsible for climate change accountable. But that leads to my parallel point. I'm discussing the human rights framework, and I'm going to make 2 more points on that, but that has to be seen in the context of political power relations and economic power relations. So we can go very far with the work of special rapporteurs, with the work of the Committee on the Rights of the Child, and so on, with the work of UNICEF, and have very little impact when the private sector can continue to make enormous profits from marketing products that are harmful to children and harmful to the environment. Power relations are grossly unequal. But we in the human rights field will continue to try to redress those power relations and speak truth to power. So one of the ways in which we're doing that is that in the process that we work on through the Human Rights Council and the General Assembly of the United Nations, the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment was proclaimed in 2010 as a human right of all peoples. And it was therefore one of the emerging human rights, and some people have criticized how can you have something as broad as clean, healthy, and sustainable environment as a right. The purpose of the human rights system is to clarify what that means. And secondly, I'd like to draw your attention to the advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice a couple of years ago, which determined, at the request of the General Assembly of the United Nations, the legal obligations and the liability of countries and companies for the harms that are created as a result of those that contribute to climate change. And they expressed it in the context of human rights and alluded to the international obligations with respect to human rights, including the rights of the child, to establish, and we have a long way to go to make this a reality, but establishing the principle that states and non-state entities are responsible for the harm done by the environment. So I'd like to the environment as a human rights issue. So the realities of the political power relations and the economic power relations are the fundamental cause that lead us to fail to achieve the results that we need in the field of protecting people from environmental harms, and especially protecting children from environmental harms. But it is our role in the human rights field to continue to find legal mechanisms, such as the litigation, in many cases successful, of children against those who are responsible for climate change, and in general, speaking truth to power. And this shift of power relations is what we're aiming at. Can we do it? Can we make a difference? It's fundamental to the role of UNICEF and children's rights, to the role of the Human Rights Council, to the role of all of those who are working in the field of human rights, whether in academia, whether in government, whatever framework, whether in civil society, that we are attempting to call to, let's say, find ways in which we can achieve change step by step against obstacles that are enormous. We've seen, and your presentation clearly pointed out, the failure over time to address adequately these issues. Failure to do so is a violation of human rights. It's been declared so by the International Court of Justice. It's been declared so by the General Assembly of the United Nations. What impact can that statement have on the behavior of states and the behavior of private entities? That's the biggest challenge that faces us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for framing the environment as the human rights issue. Now, if I could invite Dr. Odingo for her area of research, including on food security, and I was also thinking about gender, but please.
Thank you, Professor Kiari Hunt, for chairing us, and Excellency Van Heerden for that moving speech. And my panelists, as you spoke, I could see the women weeping. Over 1.2 billion children affected by heat stress. I wasn't just looking at the children alone, but their mothers weeping with them, the ones lost. So the world is actually mourning. The world is craving for help. And I think each one of us must do something. That's what I felt from there. But I want to say that my work on climate change for the past 3 or so years, I've been in communities, particularly arid and semi-arid areas, working with women and children and different groups. And apart from the work I do at the university, I also chair the Forum for African Women Educationists, whose work mainly focus on education of children, young children and young women. And I think UNICEF is one of the people that actually support that work seriously as we do it. Thank you, High Excellency. And heat stress affects children in different ways. For example, it can be just a heat before the rains. And when it is very hot, these children, young children, they still have to get water. Some can go 10 kilometers in the night to go look for that water. In the process, they may get gender-based violence. They get violated. They'll get unexpected or unwanted children pregnancies, which they have to deal with, children mothers. Young children also, the heat stress may also take place with drought as a compound problem, and that means failure in crop production. It means failure in milk production from the livestock, and therefore no food. During such situations, I've come in contact with families of malnourished children. I know as humanitarians, we normally take oral rehydration to children who are malnourished to be able to keep them alive. But you may not know that the oral rehydration you are giving to these children is the lifeline of the entire family. So what they do is each time they take one and share in a family, and this child should remain malnourished to bring more oral rehydration to help them during the difficult time. It is that serious in these families. And the children don't recover because they're a lifeline for their household. At the same time, when you visit these families, heat stress can also take place with flooding. Interestingly, in dryland areas, it doesn't flood because you have a lot of rain, but it floods because it has rained in the upstream. So in a dry, hot place, suddenly a flood comes and covers everywhere. Many times, these children are found clinging into their small shelters. They are swept away. You see mothers have lost their children and everything. Families mourning. This is a very common thing which we hear all the time and we see all the times. Again, heat stress can also take place during rainfall. And rain, we can have a risky rain, which can be too heavy, again flooding. It can be too little, crops can fail. It can be unreliable. It comes when not expected, with different impacts on families. So all this affects the children. And like you've heard, the issues of mental and physical handicap. When you look at Africa, we have about 660 million children below 18 years. In Latin America, there are about 190 million children below 18 years. I think in India, it's about 470 million below 18 years. Imagine a world when these children with the adults, children who have been handicapped because of food insecurity and malnourished, when they are adults ruling the world. What kind of world do we expect to see in the future? Because they're going to grow into adults. I don't want to live in that world, to see that state of world where we're in. But I still feel that we have what it takes in our own hands to correct the situation. We know what climate change is. It's because of our affluence. It's because of the way we have mismanaged things. But let's try to inject some transformation into a capitalist system, which is ruining the whole thing. Bring some humane face into this system we are having and start seeing things differently for all of us. I feel pain to see billions of funds directed to weapons when basic needs like food are rejected and are not important. Food security requires its own target. We have SDG 2 on food security, food sovereignty, and justice for all, and also in poverty eradication. This came from MDG first, it came to SDGs, and now we have Pact for the Future, which was to accelerate the achievement of SDGs. And now even the Pact of the Future does not take consideration into achievement of food security. This is blank, and there's no targeted way in which they can realize food security. I think we need to take a step forward, a joint step, to target food security as a basic human right, as a basic need, and assure it for every child in the world, because they are here not by mistake, but they are also creatures just like us. Let me stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Odingo, for a very powerful urge for action. I am very aware that it is 11:59. I wanted to have a few questions and answers, but I think we have the session starting at 12 o'clock in the same place. Looking at executive director's direction, should I just close here? It's 12 o'clock. Yeah. Okay, fantastic. So in her executive power, she gave us a few minutes. So if you have a question, I think we can take like 2, and then we will go very quickly to the panel. So I see, sorry, I can see one person there. I'm trying to do justice to the other side as well. Sorry, it's very difficult to see. I know that the light is top.
Good morning. ASG, thank you so much for that fantastic, very moving and very informative presentation. A couple of things that I took away is that children's issues cannot be add-ons, but first order, because history is being written in childhood. You also mentioned that academics, every year of academics adds 10% to their possibility of living a better life. Statistically, 70% of 10-year-olds still across the world cannot read or write. And although digital divide is something that we are all aware of, I'm not even going to areas of education and conflict where children, basic needs are not being met, forget education. So while there's no one answer, could you please throw some light on the priorities that you see, UNICEF has on primary education across the world? I come from India. I run a bunch of schools, and that's why my direct interest in education in primary areas. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think we can take one more, maybe, if there is.
Thank you. Amitavo Sarkar from the UN Research Geneva. And it's a very great combination of practice and academia, and for a great cause. Yes, I'm here, ma'am.
No, we can't see you with the lights. I'm just trying to see you.
So my question is that regarding the UN process of formulating international legal instruments, say for example, in relation to today's topic, climate COP, does the novelty of international legal treaty based on the non-binding commitments or so-called the framework convention approach is yielded results, or really we are just talking about more advocacy in that, given the situation of the climate COP? So this is a question I thought to put it actually, okay. Maybe for, and especially even partly I think the special rapporteur ma'am is also here. I mean, where we want to seek for, where the binding commitments of the state parties are not that much. At the same time, having said so, there are a couple of examples like the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control under WHO is a very good case study. However, there are many other framework conventions, this aspirational, and the substance part is very loose, whereas the procedural part is again incremental, not working too much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So maybe we'll ask the ASG first, then we go for the answers.
I think this one is working, is it? Yes. So maybe to the question of education and what the priority is. I mean, honestly, it's sometimes really difficult to choose, right? Because we have humanitarian needs, so many development needs. Education will be and will remain absolutely critical to make sure that we achieve whichever SDG. And you're very right, 2/3 of children that go to school at the age of 10 cannot understand, even if they can read a simple sentence, they cannot do a simple math equation. So they go to school. We actually have achieved gender parity in school, but they're not learning. And that is sometimes because of climate change, B, because curricula don't always work, C, because we really need to train teachers and to reward them properly for the service they do to children. That is not happening all over the world. And I'm surprised to see, to be honest, that of all the drops we see in funding, in ODA, official development aid, that's 23% cut just in 1 year last year, that's unprecedented, never before in the history, that education bears the brunt of that cut. We've lost $3.2 billion for education. What that means is that 6 million children, in addition to those that are already out of school, will not be able to go to school. In the overall climate finance that I mentioned, the education sector, whether that is rebuilding schools, adapting the education curriculum to ensure that children understand what climate change is, receives less than 1.5%. Even with the funding cuts that we have, if we were able to target education much better, even within climate change billions that go through the multilateral arena, we could still do much better. So yes, education remains a priority, but children will not learn if they do not have enough food. Right? So I can't say you can have food, but you can't have education. And that's the thing with child rights. The Convention on the Rights of the Child is the most ratified human rights treaty in this world, and it articulates that there is no distinction and there's no hierarchy between these rights. They have the right for a safe environment. They have rights to education, to health, to nutrition, to everything that we take for granted in many of the affluent communities that we see in the West. And so there's no hierarchy. We need it all. But the reality is we are failing children. Yep. We're failing children because we are unable to meet their needs in the way that we should. And that's what we're calling for as UNICEF. Again, on the 11th of December, we will be turning 80, and we are going to host a big event calling all individuals, corporates, governments, foundations to make that difference happen, because even every one of you here can make a difference.
Thank you so much for the powerful speech. I think we are running out of time, or actually we have run out of time. Maybe in like 30 seconds or so.
To answer the question was made.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, if you let. The presentation of Professor Kitty was very well explained in the beginning, mainly in the beginning, saying that UNICEF is making a wonderful work after the born of the UN Charter, and now what's happening is you are losing the ground. Climate change is taking away the carpet of all the system, and the work you are done are disappearing because the carpet, the support is not there. So when you are referring about the legal system around climate work, climate issue, we have to think that this is not a question, it's deeper the problem. It's not a question of being binding or not binding. It's the system that is wrong. Climate is a common good in the real planet. We cannot divide it. No country has sovereignty over the functional aspect of the planet. It is a real common good if we recognize it from a legal point of view or not. The question, we have the consequences of not recognizing a common good and to not govern a common good like a common good, because we consider that our sovereignties are threatened because we have something that no one controls, and that only all the humanity can control. So the question is, we need to redefine the object of governance. That is the system. The functional aspect of the planet is common, and one thing is the functional aspect, another thing is the sovereignty of territories, that is a static concept. So, to address the problem of children, firstly, you need to go to the systemic problem, because if you do not address the systemic problem, the other will continue to happen. The other problems continue to happen.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry not to give justice, but I also feel that the next session is immediately after this one. So if you can please join me in giving a big applause to the keynote speaker and the wonderful panelists. And please do remain, because immediately after this, there's a global policy dialogue. So I will hand over to that panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That was excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you. I wish you had more time.
Hello, everyone. I'll go ahead and kick us off for the Global Policy Dialogue session. That was a wonderful lecture. If I could invite our guests to take a seat so we can get started. All right. Thank you all. Thank you for being here. I will try to get us as quickly as possible through our next session. Along with my colleague from the Stimson Center, Rebecca Snyder, I would like to kick off the Global Policy Dialogue for this year. So to give you a better sense of what the Global Policy Dialogues are, it's a series of the Global Governance Innovation Forum, which hosts global and regional policy dialogues to convene public intellectuals, former spokespersons, and seasoned policymakers and practitioners, alongside a new generation of analysts, policy researchers, and practitioners from the Global North and the Global South to address fundamental challenges, threats, and opportunities in both understanding and enhancing how the world is governed. The GGIN network, which is Global Governance Innovation Network, has held 8 global policy dialogues in the last few years. The last 4 of them have been hosted in partnership with ACUNS, especially the annual meeting, so it has been a great partnership for us. The last 2 global policy dialogues were under the themes of advancing human security through a new global economic governance architecture, which took place in Tokyo, Japan. And the last one was on the planetary crisis and future of environmental governance, which took place in Nairobi, Kenya.
This year's Global Policy Dialogue is titled In Defense of Multilateralism Through the Pact and focused specifically on themes of innovation across international institutions, laws, policies, operational tools, and norms in the spheres of global peace and security, global economic and social governance, and justice reform, with particular attention to delivering on the Pact for the future and the 3 defined work streams of the Secretary General's UN80 initiative. We've held 3 great roundtables over the last 3 days, and I look forward to hearing everyone's thoughts. For this session, each spokesperson from the different roundtables will present on the different findings and recommendations from the session, and discussants will each get 2 minutes to respond to those discussions. We have a timekeeper, so hopefully make this easier. Following the discussion, we will share a brief summary report that will be widely circulated so everyone can see the different recommendations that were outlined. Thank you all for joining us for this plenary session, and we look forward to hearing all of the different recommendations.
Now, I would like to invite to the podium our discussants who will help engage with some of the feedback that we'll receive today. So I would like to call to the stage Ambassador Elise Racicot, Ambassador Michael Mliner, and Dr. Maria Joao Rodriguez. Now I would like to call our first spokesperson, who will give us the report back from the session that focused on justice, rule of law, the role of international courts, and the Pact for the Future follow-through. That is Nancy O'Kale, who is at the Center for International Policy.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll do my best to capture the rich discussion that we had. We had a room full of experts who really provided a lot of value, so I hope to do it justice. So this session examined how the Pact for the Future can move from reaffirmed commitment to effective legal and institutional practices. The discussion focused on International Court of Justice, the broader ecosystem of international courts and tribunals, the protection of accountability institutions, and the political conditions required for compliance in international law. The central point of convergence was that the Pact represents progress, but incomplete progress. Speakers noted that the earlier draft did not sufficiently reflect the role of courts, while final text reaffirmed respect for international law, peaceful dispute settlements, and compliance with decisions of the International Court of Justice. This was viewed as an important achievement. At the same time, gaps remained. The Pact does not sufficiently address the International Criminal Court, the wider universe of international judicial institutions, compulsory jurisdiction, or accountability gaps in areas such as aggression, crime against humanity, corruption, and emerging technologies. The session emphasized that the ICJ is indispensable, but cannot carry the international rule of law alone. It is central to the UN system and plays a crucial role in peaceful dispute settlements and advisory opinions. But its limits also are clear. It depends on state consent. It addresses dispute between states, and its effectiveness depends on broader political and institutional support. Courts can clarify obligations and create legal records, but they cannot by themselves overcome veto power, geopolitical protection, armed flows, non-cooperation, or impunity. The second theme was the importance of the broader legal ecosystem. Speakers refer to the many international courts, tribunals, arbitration bodies, regional human rights courts, sectoral mechanisms, and national courts that make up the legal architecture of global governance. This ecosystem matters because international law is implemented across multiple levels: global, regional, sub-regional, and sectoral. Arbitration was also discussed as an important tool for peaceful dispute settlement, particularly where states prefer procedures that give them greater confidence and ownership. National courts and domestic legal systems were highlighted as essential for internalizing international law and turning international commitments into practices. The third theme was the crisis of compliance. Several speakers stressed that the problem is not only selective enforcement, but increasing willingness of major power to ignore international law altogether. The discussion noted that even imperfect legal justification can signal that law still carries authority. One speaker, reminisced of the time of hypocrisy as better than where we are right now. When states no longer feel compelled to justify their conduct in legal terms, the danger is a shift from imperfect legal constraints to the raw exercise of power. This weakens international law as a tool for smaller states, civil society, domestic publics, and accountability advocates. Is that it? Okay, thank you.
Well, Ambassador Razico, Ambassador Mliner, Dr. Rodriguez, I'll invite your feedback and thoughts on what you've just heard about this session. There is a lot on the table, so your initial response and reactions.
Thank you so much for having us and for sharing those comments. I think that one thing that really strikes me, and we heard that probably in the next interventions we'll hear the same, is that it's really hard to get to a perfect construct that doesn't have any gaps. And that was something that was said. These gaps will exist, but I think the really important thing behind this is that we're at a moment of rupture where governments sometimes don't follow, as you said, don't comply to these things, but it's just a call, I think, to continue for those who want to see this continue to be an important reference, an important framework to continue to push through and be ambitious, regardless of the imperfection and of the actors who don't necessarily follow through. So I think if we can show that there's enough actors who are willing to continue to maintain these structures and to continue to build on them so that they become more efficient and more comprehensive, I think we just kind of need to follow and not wait for it to be perfect or for everybody to be on board. That's what I would offer at this point, I think.
Thank you very much. I fully agree. It's important probably to realize that indeed the international legal institutions and tools can help us strengthen legitimacy, clarify obligations, but they cannot be a substitute for political will. And of course, that's a particular gap that we need to continue working on. Strengthening the legal frameworks is one thing, but then, of course, it needs to be coupled up with the political context, and it's not easy in the era of divisions and shocks and threats and challenges. But the normative framework that we have, starting from the Charter and, of course, the values and principles, are an important cornerstone that we need to continue building on. And it is events like this, and also, a lot of other platforms that help us push in the direction of strengthening the implementation and ensuring that also, the decision makers feel that there is pressure and that there is a demand that they will have to answer.
Well, from my side, the comment is the following. I'm greeting the fact that the report is recalling the urgent need to reform the United Nations Security Council. Not only because this is no longer representative, but because it is now clearly ineffective to deal with the conflicts which are underway. And the report recalls a very feasible reform to start with, which is to extend the number of members from 15 to 25, and accepting that some of them could be an extended mandate. So it's important to highlight the recommendation made by this report. Then I have a second comment about the so-called root causes of conflicts. Because we are in a new situation, I believe, more clearly after the Pact being adopted. And this is because conflicts are connected with the classical issue of territorial integrity. They can be connected with security concerns regarding particular armament capacity, but they can also be dealing with the access and control of critical raw materials. And we should not disguise this root cause of many conflicts. And finally, there is a new reality when we have great powers asserting officially in their security strategy, they want to organize global governance in terms of spheres of influence. And this is a new reality we should have in mind. And as I was telling yesterday, I believe with this new reality, it's particularly important that the Pact is being used to build up a more powerful alliance for multilateralism. So these are additional comments I'd like to make regarding what is stated by this report.
Thank you. I think we really appreciated your remarks. Our next speaker is Heather Hurlbert from Chatham House, and she'll be presenting on Roundtable 2 from this morning on global peace and security and Pact follow-through.
Thank you, Becca, and thank you so much for inviting me to play this role. I want to take a quick second to congratulate the organizers. This roundtable was a really wonderful example of what a fruitful and productive dialogue between practitioners and researchers can look like. This was a really terrific assembly of people. Ambassador Rasico, you started off by challenging our group to remember not just the ruptures we've seen and are seeing in the international system writ large, but that even the Pact document itself, in the very short time since it was signed, we have lived through a rupture, and it itself is now a document from a past time. Also, funnily enough, although not physically present, but often evoked in our roundtable, was Antonio Gramsci's famous comment about the old era having died and the new era not having been born. And several speakers were at pains to remind us that Gramsci didn't just talk about the vagaries of such an era, but also that there are very specific monsters. And so our thinking about how we defend multilateralism in general and peace and security in particular needs to take into account the specificities of the monsters that we face. That being said, the next step that our group pushed beyond was to say that recognizing the time we're in, thinking about Pact implementation as a bureaucratic matter is doomed to failure, and thinking about institutional reform as an institutional exercise is similarly not a path to success. The more perhaps aggressive among us would describe this as requiring that we think about the Pact and we think about multilateralism more politically, that we move past an age where we hoped or organized ourselves as if multilateralism could be divorced from politics. If we didn't want to go that far, we at least said, well, we have to think about peace and security issues in light of the times that we're in. Moving on from that, we had a series of specific proposals, which I'll now just go through as many as I can until my time runs out. First and most broadly across the group was actually what these times and these ruptures demand of our next Secretary General. And there was a strong feeling that the next Secretary General needs to be both an innovator and a risk taker, a smart, savvy, small p political risk taker, but a risk taker nonetheless. And particular attention was drawn to the disuse of Secretary General's good offices and the urgent need to restore and strengthen that function of the Secretary General as part of an overall UN approach to peace and security. Some other specific ideas that came from the group were a return to a focus on time-limited and mandate-specific peace ops, as opposed to the more broad construct of peace ops and civilian protection that we've seen in recent years. Both more research and advocacy focus on the intersection of AI and WMD as areas where perhaps we don't have all the knowledge and understanding we yet need, and we have a fruitful area where we could move knowledge to action. It was pointed out that although there's a lot of great content in the peace and security actions portion of the Pact for the Future, the concern of corruption is entirely absent, as is the question of documenting both government corruption and private sector corruption, which is a construct that we have in other areas of the Pact, but not in peace and security. There was attention drawn to the need to reconnect security and justice, and here particularly thinking about strengthening and defending the ICJ, and I'll just refer to the excellent recommendations coming out of Nancy's group. And last but not least, several speakers referenced the role of the private sector, moving on from the discussions we had yesterday, but we also discussed, so why isn't the private sector more involved? Very evocatively, where is our next Ted Turner? And the challenge was thrown down of, if what the private sector really wants is stability and predictability, how do we re-enunciate the value proposition of the UN and the Pact for a new generation of private sector cooperation? Very final point is a challenge to the research sector ourselves, that we can't demand that a new Secretary General be an innovative risk taker if we're not prepared to be innovative risk takers ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Heather. Now we'd like to hear your thoughts on peace and security, Pact follow-through, and the monsters that we're facing in this.
Thank you so much. Well, maybe since we're all talking about monsters, I'll jump into that to start. But I think one of the things that we need to think is that they take different shapes and forms. We've heard on the previous discussion a lot on climate change, for instance, and I think that compounds a lot into the other issues such as peace and security, as we're mentioning, but also the questions about technology and AI and where that leads us to. So those are Leviathan-type questions that I think cannot be taken apart from the way that we look at what peace and security will look like in the future. One thing that strikes me is that, and I think it's a natural human reflex, is that in face of the unknown, and going back to Gramsci, I guess, trying to imagine what the future looks like, sometimes we're tempted to look at the past for answers. We're tempted to kind of say, when did it work? And, going back to previous iterations and trying to find where was the right one. I think that, and I'm going to quote my prime minister, but, that hope is not a plan and nostalgia is not a strategy. So how can we really be bold in terms of imagining what it looks like and not necessarily going in the past to look for it? Because the reality of today is quite different than it was because of all of those big issues that we're faced with. So I'd be tempted to say about the private sector and, civil society, I think, we need to find ways that are not necessarily institutional in the multilateralist kind of way of bringing them in. You need to find what's in it for them as well. If you want to find the next Ted Turner, as you mentioned, how do you bring the idea that stability and rules are important for the economic actors and how they can be a part of that. So I'll leave some time for my colleagues to provide their thoughts as well.
Thank you. Indeed, as we already discussed yesterday, peace and security, of course, are at the core of the United Nations and at the core of the threats and challenges that we are facing. Of course, we are trying to look at root causes, and when we look at root causes, we see that, of course, it is largely thanks to the divisions and to tensions that certainly go beyond what is often obvious. And in terms of the architecture, we see another tension between the post-World War II architecture, and Maria has, of course, mentioned the Security Council and the impossible, state of affairs where we currently are. Of course, we all agree that it's not representative enough, and it has to be reformed. It should have been reformed already a long time ago. Probably we missed that train in the early 90s. Maybe it would have been easier back then because, post-Cold War, it seemed to be a little bit easier than now. But I don't want to recriminate. But in that context, of course, also the new agenda for peace has been envisaged. But the question now remains, what kind of new agenda for peace are we talking about? Because there are so many additional challenges, including AI, corruption, the institutional reform, as has been mentioned. I just probably want to conclude by highlighting the fact that, and we discussed that yesterday about the next Secretary General and the candidates, of course, in their vision statements, each of them pays a lot of attention to peace and security, and in their presentations recently, they talked a lot about peace and security. So I suggest that we really take an active interest in that, and then we will need to keep an eye on the relevant developments. But again, this is another issue where things will not happen without the political will. But certainly we cannot give up, or we cannot just take things for granted, and certainly fully subscribe to a recent statement by Prime Minister Carney, also related to the role of medium powers and all that. Turning back to Maria.
Thank you very much. Let me start by saying that sometimes we hear some people saying, Well, the pact was adopted in a period so different from the one we have now, so perhaps the pact is no longer relevant. I'm completely against this opinion, I can tell you, because the pact is far from perfect. There are many missing points, but it remains a very important compass to guide what should be done for the next phase. That said, we should not, and I completely agree with Heather, that we cannot just limit ourselves to a technocratic exercise of implementing the pact measure by measure. What we need is a strategic way to implement the pact, taking into account an evolving context. Let me give you two examples. One is the concern with food security. We had a powerful plea coming from Aris Odigo some minutes ago. But now we know, because of the conflict in the Gulf area and the lack of fertilizers, we can already foresee that the food security problems will be bigger next year. So somehow we need to take preventive action. This is a way to use the pact in a strategic approach, in a dynamic approach. Another example is about the way to deal with the climate change. Because in many, many countries, if we don't find a way to combine climate investment with addressing serious social problems, this will not work. One example is the call for green industrialization, promoting new kind of jobs for young people in many, many countries, where young people is just exploding with new aspirations. And let me come with a third example, which is about the current digital transformation, because on this, we are really at the crossroads. Either we go to digital transformation, which will crystallize big market power and make us, most of us, a kind of recipients of solutions, or we'll use the digital transformation to empower people, to empower cities, to come with a new solution for health, for education, for mobility. So the potential is huge, but we need to channel this in the right direction. So the pact contains all these concerns, but we need, again, to use it in a very strategic way. So this is my comment.
Thank you all for your very insightful remarks and for being able to draw in some of the conversations we've been having over the last couple of days. It's very insightful. I would like to now introduce our speaker for the session that focused on global economic and social governance and the pact follow-through, Peter Middlebrook.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I don't know how many economists there are here. We have an old saying, there's three kinds of economists in the world. There's those who can count and those who can't. Decide which ones we are. I'm here to try and represent, I think, the views expressed in our discussion. But let me frame them out, because some of them were kind of very broad and cross-cutting. And then I want to drill down into very practical measures. This is not reality TV. It's not a game if we get it wrong. So being practical in terms of our dreams and how we frame these and how we execute them has never been perhaps more critical. And in a world where fewer people read reports, we have to think very carefully about how we communicate. My daughter is interesting. My daughter is a social media influencer. Her videos get between 2 and 10 million hits a video. But we go to the most critical blog about the Pact for the Future of Humanity, and it's got 85 hits. There's probably a storyline there. We all agreed, I think, that the greatest challenge facing the UN and the Pact is the business case and value proposition for the United Nations at this moment. Not in terms of its aspirations, but it's in terms of its ability to bring anchor investors together around a new framework that provides the resources for delivery, and then the ability to have an accelerated delivery framework. One brief comment, and then I'll drill down into some of the issues. Everyone talks about the contraction of ODA. It's true, but we're at the same level as 2019. There was a huge increase as a result of COVID. So the reality is we are back in the space that we were in. Less grants, more concessional loans, more quasi-equity positions, and so forth. So the issues that were raised by our panel is a paradox. The first one is that somehow we seem to be in a situation which is both unstoppable but unsustainable. And ironically, the UN, which advocates strongly, as we all do, for sustainability, faces its own sustainability challenges. How paradoxical is that? Global public goods, we note, require global public finances to be stacked up around their delivery. Beyond the bilaterals, multilaterals, and IFIs, obviously that is a challenge for us. The Pact for the Future, which I was not involved with, but I have read, obviously, is a test for our ambition. And it's really a test for implementation and our ability to be able to deliver it. And I provide a footnote on this. I just finished the 10-year financing strategy for the government of Ethiopia. The Addis Ababa Action Agenda was the framework for funding Agenda 2030 and the SDGs. And it took 10 years, even in Ethiopia, to do the financing strategy for something they initiated. There's a time lag between what we aspire to do and then actually are able to deliver on the ground. Question one, what are the most urgent needs and unresolved gaps? There's far too many, I think, for us to go through. And all of these have probably been prior stated in UN80 and other efforts which are ongoing. But key recommendations. First one is to shift the focus from declaration to delivery, to focus on accelerated delivery. How do we do it? How do we move away from UN agencies endlessly fundraising projects, programs, joint programs, trying to fund something whilst trying, and this time gap makes an impossible landscape. Expand access to affordable long-term development finance. There's so much in the financing space that simply needs to be done. And there's a great deal of work, a great body of work that has been done in that regard. And then strengthening the UN's ability to influence how global capital is deployed. And this is a critical one. If there's 1,400 companies in the world that has an annual turnover more than the entire UN system, how do we influence, I know the Compact was part of that, how do we influence how that capital transacts its business within the sustainability framework? That's what the agenda was. Communications, strategic communications, the ability to convene, to convince, and to allow something to move forward will be critical. Question two, how are the Pact commitments being implemented, and to what extent are they translated into real economic stability and SDG progress? We do know, for those of you who've ever worked in Africa, and I mentioned this yesterday, most countries I've worked in, and if you look at the IMF SDG Fit, most countries will not meet the 5 core SDGs, education, health, infrastructure, water, between now and 2055 or 2060. We are a quarter of a century adrift from our own agenda. And that means what? It means the political class who are executing it, who are elected on a 4-year team, there's a disconnect here. And we need to bridge that divide, otherwise it's lip service. I'll go to New York with my NDCs because I want to go shopping. I'm being too far down that direction. But we want to go to make decisions that have implications. Strengthening and convening the coordinating role of ECOSOC is going to be critical. Simplifying monitoring and reporting frameworks. I don't know about you, but when you get a document with 400 indicators, you fall asleep. Nobody can get their heads around it. It's so complex, and we have to find a way of making it more simple and more compelling for people. And accelerating implementation of Action 53 beyond GDP. And this is a really important one, which I probably don't have time to go into, is the fundamental economic ideology which is being promoted, is the prism which is being created for us. Because the levels of capital accumulation and the way they're being accumulated is creating a Gini coefficient which is making the problem worse. Nothing new. Question 3, what policy and institutional reforms could strengthen implementation? I don't believe we've touched the surface on it. But without cash is king. Without the ability to finance what we do, we're always going to be fundamentally impeded and then badly judged when we can't deliver. Why the UN can't have an independent source of financing which is multi-sovereign that allows it to execute the way it does by 20 is remarkable. It tells you something about those who own the United Nations, and that probably needs to be fixed. So one of the questions was on establishing a task force for future financing of the United Nations, and we had some really great people there talking on that. Rebuilding one UN around implementation rather than administration, the ability to execute. And finally, the position of the next Secretary General's first priority around financing multilateral cooperation in a new global political economy. And that means speaking to other players. The economic center of gravity of the world has shifted towards Asia. Final footnote, and then I will close this. I work a lot in South Sudan. The oil concessions, they flow to China and to Malaysia, but China and Malaysia is not paying the humanitarian bill. The West is paying the humanitarian bill. China, Indonesia, these emerging powers are going to have to step up to the table to help the UN system as the world changes demographically, to put the resources on the table that allows a consensus around a pact to be executed. Thank you.
I would like to invite your reflections and thoughts on the feedback from this particular session.
Thank you so much. That was thought-provoking. I spent most of my diplomatic career on economic issues, and so I don't know if I can count to 3 economists, right, or not, but one thing that strikes me when I look at the financing of the development agenda in general is how little there's been in terms of making the case for the private sector, not necessarily to see, that it's the good thing to do or that it's the nice thing to do, but that it's actually the good thing for them to do for their future. And I think when you look at the way that pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, and others are working, they don't have the same short vision as our political systems often do, and more so nowadays maybe than ever, with often minority governments that fall one after the other, and cycles for electoral processes being shortened and shortened in many of our democracies. I think those potentially big contributors to those issues have a long-term view. And if we can show the interest for them to maintain conditions for their wealth to grow, that's an easier sell, I think, than to go through a really complex policy pieces. And so it goes also to your point on communication, I think. For a government, and I think as an individual government, we already have a lot of bureaucracy. I can think at a multilateral level, sometimes it can be even more cumbersome. But even, on recent governments in my own country, we often had mandate letters for each ministers with 30 different, and now I'm kind of just exaggerating the numbers maybe, but slightly so, 30 different objectives for each of them. And we were trying to track all of this. And it was actually really, really hard to show real progress on any of this. Now we do have about 7 priorities for all our departments at once. And actually the vision and the clarity of that purpose makes it so much easier to act much more quickly than we ever did before. So I believe that you're right in saying that if we were finding ways to simplify and make the goals much more lean, it would be easier to find the right path for communication so that capital would be interested in coming into the equation and ensuring their own future in a way. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Peter. I was part of that same conversation on GPD3 in the group, so I was directly involved. What I wanted to highlight is that, of course, the financing issue is absolutely critical, and we have heard earlier also from ASG of UNICEF and from others about the sharp drop in development funding, 23.1% in 2025 is really a shocking figure. The expectations were between 8 to 15, and we ended up with much more. But in addition to the financing issue, we also have a governance issue, and I think that's what Peter also touched upon. moving ahead also towards the review in 2028, I think we need to, as was mentioned, we need to do a bit of better communication and better involvement of the decision makers, including from developing countries. I worked in Africa for 6 years, but so I can testify it from that side, but also from my own country. When you talk to political leaders about SDGs, about the 2030 agenda, about the targets and all that, often the message is not getting through, partly because, as you know, they are thinking in electoral cycles, and it's 4 years or 5 years. It's hard for many of them to see beyond that. And as Peter mentioned, if in many cases we would not be able to achieve the targets and the SDGs before 2055 or 2060, then we have a serious issue that we need to address, because there is no, and there should not be, one size fits all. We did a great job in formulating both the 2030 agenda and, of course, in adopting the Pact for the Future. But of course, now the challenge is how to translate all those global commitments into practical, deliverables, and again, without one size fits all, and really, going down to the nitty-gritty, also with the assistance of the resident coordinators in different countries, with the UN system, that should not be, as was said, running after donors and being project-driven, but rather really having a more long-term strategic approach. So the long-term strategic approach is really needed, both within the UN system, within the decision makers, and we cannot stay disconnected from all that. Earlier in the discussion, and that will be my last point, I also mentioned the important role that ECOSOC should play. We should take another look, and hopefully with the next SG, we would be able to take another look at the role of ECOSOC and how, what space it would be able to operate in among the G20 and the World Bank, the IMF, and all these other actors. When I served in New York, and of course under the leadership of the Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohammed, we have worked a lot on repositioning ECOSOC and having a slightly different conversation precisely with the Bretton Woods and with the private sector. But the challenge, what I can tell you, was that we saw that we don't necessarily speak the same language. As maybe the UN bureaucrats and the UN diplomats versus the World Bank people, the Bretton Woods institutions, and in particular the private sector. So there is a challenge that needs to be addressed, and we, as also the academic community, can maybe be a bit of a bridge builder, can be, assisting in making that conversation happen and these messages really getting across.
Thank you, Peter, for bringing all these insights. Let me focus on a central question, which is delivering on SDGs. Because so far the delivery is being disappointing. And we should ask, can we say fairly that all countries in the world, they have the same financial conditions to implement SDGs? And the answer to this question is no, they don't. And so let me illustrate how the Pact can be used not in a technocratic way, but in a strategic way, to improve the delivery on SDGs. I believe, first of all, on the financial conditions, we had important conclusions coming from the Seville summit last year, but they are struggling to be implemented. And one of the reasons is because we do have a structural debt problem which must be treated as a structural problem. starting with taxation. In the Pact, we have the commitment to move ahead with United Nations Tax Convention. This is a central piece of making sure that resources produced by a country are used in the benefit of this country. It's as simple as that. But then there is a second part of the solution, which I believe comes from trade. Trade is a powerful tool to bring new resources for a country, to open new possibilities for growth and development. But in the current situation, we have some countries using industrial policy to get these resources, and other countries being told you cannot use industrial policy. So there is something which needs to be really clarified. From my viewpoint, all countries should be able to use industrial policy if this is helping them to build a certain capacity and improving living standards. And then there is a final clue provided by the Pact, which is the beyond GDP, because this is really a paradigm shift. We have now the report prepared by the high-level group, and if you use the conclusions properly, we can really find new solutions when it comes giving value to economic activities, which sometimes they are not giving any kind of value. Example, taking care of the environment, taking care of people. This should be given a value. And also when taking decisions about what should be the priority investments and how should we decide about taxation to make sure that taxation is really a fair system in each country. So these are some of the clues. All this is included in the Pact, but I'm trying really to illustrate how we can use the Pact in a strategic way and not just a technocratic way. So this is my comment.
I know everyone wants to get to lunch, so I'm going to take 2 questions, and then you guys can choose whichever you'd like to answer. Any questions? I think it's everyone wants to go to lunch. Okay, one right there.
My name is Tatiana Chernявska. I'm representing UNIDO here, and I was very happy to hear about references we are using in everyday work. Industrial policy is having the momentum, also the greening of industry and having the opportunities for private sector engagement. I would like to hear more about that particular element of private sector participation in the discussion and Pact implementation as well as UN. How you see that and how would you see the bottlenecks for engaging it more actively? Thank you.
One more? Okay, would you guys like to answer on private sector engagement?
I can come with a comment on this question, many thanks. This allows me to complete my reasoning in the previous intervention. If we really want to deliver on SDGs, we need to have a financial strategy mobilizing resources from the private and the public. And a lot can be done on the bilateral partnerships, which are now being adopted across the world, and bringing together private investment. So this is a very important channel to mobilize private investment, but a lot should also be done in the multilateral framework. And here we have all the work conducted regarding the role of development banks. But again, I think I'm coming to the issue raised by Mikhail, because we have a fundamental problem not yet solved, is private investment, they also need a clear long-term strategic framework to take decisions about investment. And this is missing. We need to have it much more clear. And I believe that a lot will depend on what will happen in the multilateral framework, because if we come to the classical issue of the Bretton Woods institutions, what is missing is the multilateral body with the clout, with the legitimacy to create this framework of interaction with Bretton Woods institutions. I can tell you we had also this kind of problem in the European Union. I'm mainly a European Union policymaker. Now we have rearranged this articulation, making sure that democratic institutions should have the higher role when it comes dealing with powerful public financial institutions. If you want to have a democratic governance in the world, it should be like that. So there is a lot of work to be done.
Thank you.
Maybe just a quick reaction as well. As I said earlier, we don't necessarily always speak the same language. And 23 to 25, I had the opportunity of serving as Deputy Executive Director of UN Habitat in Nairobi, and we saw also in practical terms in the work of UN Habitat focused on urbanization, smart cities and all that we can find a lot of entry points for private sector engagement, but not on the basis of tools that we use with member states. So the resource mobilization strategy or donor relations that we were engaging in did not work the same way for member states or for other partners and for the private sector, because clearly the private sector wants to see some benefit of the investment. They don't do grants, or they don't necessarily just give money in terms of philanthropy. Yes, maybe as a one-off, but if we are talking about long-term partnership, it has to be built obviously on profit that would be generated, and or on long-term benefits that would benefit the specific investor, the specific private sector actor. And in that context, we saw that it is also about SDG localization. We have had some good results in that context, because if you can localize the SDG work and really bring it down to the local level, to the cities level, to the communities level, then it's a lot easier also to have that conversation with the private sector, because they can better see the outcomes. They can better see also how it potentially then produces the necessary benefits. So that would be one additional element that I would offer, that may be one way of increasing the private sector interest or private sector engagement, is also by involving not only the national governments, the central governments in the member states, but also the different levels of governance, including regional and local. And somehow it makes things really more tangible and easier to somehow benefit from. So just a practical additional thought on that.
If I may just chip in on one thing, I spent an important part of my career in Brazil, and there was a lot of private sector projects together with multilateral development banks, but more specifically the Inter-American Development Bank, which was, in my evaluation, quite business friendly in its ways. It was easy for them to engage with the private sector, and we've seen tremendous positive results in terms of, for example, access to water and wastewater infrastructure that grew immensely in terms of the access in Brazil because of private sector investment joined with Bretton Woods institution. And local governments, as you rightly pointed so, were often at the helm of these aggregation of capital and will, and so that was actually really inspiring to see how a country was able to lift so many people out of those lack of access to basic infrastructure into something that makes sense for everybody, including the private sector in this case, which makes the financing of these projects so much easier. So just a practical example.
Yeah, great. Well, thank you all for engaging in this global policy dialogue. I hope that we all feel that there's been some concrete recommendations that we can take forward and continue with this work. Sandra is going to give some concluding reflections before we can all eat lunch.
Thank you all very much for these insightful comments and reflections that you've provided. I think the key takeaway for me is implementation, right? The Pact is an inspiring document, but a lot of it comes to what we actually are able to do and the actions that need to be taken. And I think that's a charge for all of us, right? Thank you very much for being here, and I appreciate your reflections. I will invite you for a photo, and then if you could go ahead and take a seat. Thank you.
Okay, shall we? Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Please take your seats, switch off your mobile phones. We are going to start the plenary in a few seconds. My name is Veselin Popovsky. I'm professor in international law in OP Jindal Global University and co-chair of this annual meeting. I spent a long time in the United Nations University as a senior academic officer, before that as a professor in the University of Exeter, as a Bulgarian diplomat back 36 years ago, at that time serving the United Nations desk in my foreign ministry. My pleasure to be the moderator of the last plenary, so please be quiet and listen and respect our panelists. We start with a video message from Under-Secretary General for Policy. He very kindly agreed to record this in advance. And Guy Ryder will first be on the screens with his video message, and then I will introduce the four panelists who will then be asked to provide their reflections.
Excellencies, distinguished colleagues and partners, it's a pleasure to join you at this 39th annual meeting of the Academic Council on the United Nations System. Since its establishment, ACUNS has played an important role in linking analysis, policy and practice. And that connection is essential as we continue to advance implementation of the Pact for the future. The Pact will ultimately be judged not on what we agreed 2 years ago in New York, but by whether it delivers tangible results around the world. Our priority is implementation on the ground. It is impact. Since the adoption of the Pact, the United Nations system has mobilized to translate commitments into action. Under the Secretary-General's leadership, dedicated working groups are advancing the Pact's key areas: sustainable development, peace and security, international financial architecture reform, digital cooperation, youth and global governance. And each of these areas demands cross-border, evidence-driven, multilateral solutions. And implementation cannot remain within the four walls of our headquarters. Progress can only take shape at the country level, aligned with national priorities and adapted to diverse contexts. Across regions, from small island states to middle-income countries, United Nations country teams and our resident coordinators are working with governments and partners to do exactly that. As collective implementation advances, accountability must keep pace. We must demonstrate progress, learn from experience, and identify where further effort is needed. And that's where you come in. Researchers, universities, and policy experts can track what is working, surface what is not, and equip partners with the evidence that they need to strengthen implementation. And that's the spirit behind the University Coalition for the Future, which seeks to bring universities and research institutions directly into the effort to implement the Pact. And I want to thank ACUNS for being an active and committed member of the coalition. Your partnership is one of substance and one that moves the needle. Sustained delivery of Pact implementation requires that the UN system is fit for purpose. And that's what's behind and underpins our broader reform effort, the UN80 initiative. 15 months ago, the Secretary-General launched the UN80 initiative with a very clear conviction. To deliver on the tasks entrusted to us, the system must be equipped to meet today's challenges. UN80 is about improving effectiveness, coherence, efficiency, and responsiveness. And it's not a parallel agenda. The Pact sets a direction. UN80 helps ensure that the system can deliver on it. So let me close with this. The future of the Pact and of multilateralism itself depends on whether we can develop common purpose and translate it into action, whether we can move from fragmentation to coherence and from ambition to delivery. And that can happen through partnerships like this one. ACUNS brings together exactly what this moment demands: rigorous thinking, independent evidence, and sustained engagement across communities and regions. And our willingness to work across disciplines, sectors, and borders will determine whether the Pact delivers on its promise, a future that is truly inclusive and sustainable. So I wish you a productive and inspiring meeting, and I thank you for your attention.
Yes, it's always very inspiring to hear from the high level of the United Nations headquarters such warm words. And let it be frank, we really experience a lot of support from the Secretary General and his team over the last 9-10 years. And it's really good to hear this voice of encouraging of civil society, universities, academia, and ACUNS as a leader, as a champion of that relationship between policy making and academic world to be so well appreciated and congratulated by Giraida. Excellent start of our panel. And let me introduce the panelists. We have with us an excellent lineup. You probably know them already from the last 2 days and from previous ACUNS meeting. We have Dr. Augusto Lopez Claros, the Executive Director of the Global Governance Forum. We have Nancy O'Kale, the President and CEO of the Center for International Policy, Professor Patricia Rinaldi from the Centro Universitario in College de Campinas from Brazil, and Dr. Mokatekiso Kubai, the Senior Researcher from University of Johannesburg. For excellent speakers. I used to meet them regularly over the last years, and I am very happy that all of them could make it personally to Lisbon for this plenary session. So let's start with kind of the first reflection as to the multilateralism and the challenge as a topic of this meeting. We all agree that multipolar world is a given. We already see it for many years. But multilateralism is not given. It is something we need to work hard every day to sustain. So what are the challenges? We also very well know. But for that matter, multilateralism is always under challenge. It's like democracy or rule of law, human rights, that we take as values, but we need to work hard every day. There is no end of history. There is no eternity in liberal world. We see this already for the last years, that if we don't fight daily for the values of multilateralism, democracy, human rights, and so on, they may decline, they may even disappear. So my first invitation for reflection, if not question, to the panelists is how they evaluate the moment of today, the 2026, in terms of geopolitics, in terms of new Secretary General coming into office in January 1st. What are your reflections of the moment we currently are? Okay, let's go in the way we are sitting. Nancy first, and then Augusto, Patricia, and Mika. Please go.
Thank you so much, Fazlin, and thank you for having me. It's such an honor to be here, and I've learned a lot over the past, 3 days. I think, it's just one of the things that strike me. It's been a very, very rich experience listening from a lot of people, and I really appreciated the most the candidness that I've heard from everyone. I think, one of the things when we're talking about multilateralism, it is one feature of those discussions that focuses more on the format, which is important, but the format to do what? For what purpose? Multilateralism to serve what? The pact, what is the purpose of it? And I think, we spend a lot of time admiring the problem and identifying, like what is wrong, and little time to actually look at what matters and what are the solutions. And I think for the pact to matter, we need to narrow the gap between what states promises in New York and what people feel on the ground. what they feel in the war zones, what they feel on the borders, what they feel in the economy, what they feel in just the future of their children. This is when the pact matters. And now, coming to the answers, I think, I'm responding here with a lot of humility. I mean, we're too small for the huge problems that we are facing, but we have a generation that's been completely disillusioned by all those systems. They think it's irrelevant, they ridicule it, and not from thin air, not because they are ignorant, it's because they have been living, for example, seeing a genocide under our noses and nothing is happening and there's no accountability. So accountability is one of the things that I think would be a major component for anything that we have in any system, even in the multilateral system, to work. Now, one thing that we need to focus on, and I think it's at the core of everything, and it's not everything, but it is the issue of corruption. And if we do not tackle the issue of corruption, I don't think any of the other efforts would matter. And the important thing is how we tackle it. Unfortunately, right now, even when it is written in the documents, it is seen and represented as a bad governance issue. No, I mean, corruption should be seen, and it is a security threat internationally, and it is theft domestically from the people. And that's how it should be represented. And this is how we should deal with it. And it is not governance, because when we see what we're seeing right now, the modern day corruption, it is really appalling. When we see the betting markets on war results, that the people are betting are actually in close proximity for the policymakers. This is one, betting on people's life. When we see members of the government or close people to the government who are on the boards or are part of defense industries that are participating in selling arms to the Gulf countries while they are being bombed, by Iran, and those are the same people who are making decisions on that. This is also corruption. So without that, I'm just wanted to just give this opening remark about insisting on that and then giving it on.
Thank you so much, Nancy, for reminding us the importance of the purpose of multilateralism, and it's always good to have that in our mind. Well, we know the purposes of the United Nations in the Charter, Article 1, the peace and security, development, human rights, but also we need to think about deeper than that. We are no longer in 1945. Issues like climate change and pandemics and AI technology and corruption are also challenges to the multilateralism. So thank you for kind of guiding us further than just the original purposes of the organization. Augusto, please.
Let me go back to the Pact a little bit. It seems to me when the Pact came out, I had the feeling that this was a very important declaration, but that in a way, for UN reform, but in a way the Pact was avoiding the kind of institutional questions which have led to the current paralysis and dysfunctionality of the UN system in the first place. So I had the feeling that the Pact was essentially saying, let's work within the system, rather than let's think of redesigning the system because it's no longer working, right? Now, we can have, I think, a good debate as to whether we should go one way or the other. My own sense is that because the pace of change is accelerating very, very quickly in the world at large, and the degree of complexity of our systems, the economy, the geopolitics, and are becoming more and more sort of complex, then I'm not sure that working within the existing system is actually going to work for us. And the reason I want to mention this is because it has a bearing on what the Secretary General is going to be doing in her new job as of January 1st, 2027. And so here, since that was part of the question, let me just highlight what I consider to be some of the priorities. Obviously, at a more general level, the Secretary General will have to build coalitions. She will have to identify priorities. She will have to convene member states around practical reforms. But in terms of the specifics, what are the 3 or 4 things that come to mind? One of them, I think, has to do with the current budgetary crisis of the UN. We think of the Secretary General as being involved in peace and security and so on. And yes, I'll come to that in a minute. But I think with the highest priority, basically, she will have to establish a degree of order into the current very dire financial situation. I mean, I don't want to go into the numbers, it would take time, but essentially what you see is a downward trend in the revenue, the income of the UN system. The last time I looked at the figures of a few months ago, the numbers for 2025 were going to take us back to 2015, right? At a time when we're asking the UN to do more, right? And so this is very... One of the things that she will have to confront is basically, is she going to be doing austerity management, right? Is that going to take up, 60% of her time? And what does austerity management mean? It means, cutbacks, moving people from New York and Geneva to Nairobi, which is all fine. We need to do some of that. But my own sense, having worked on this issue very, very closely, is that we really need systemic solutions. We need to think in a much more ambitious way about how to establish the UN finances on a more sustainable path. And then let me make one final point on the geopolitics, because you did touch on the geopolitics. There's something that is a little bit sort of dichotomous about the geopolitics. On the one hand, yes, it's an obstacle. Right? The geopolitics are very toxic, and it will be very difficult for the Secretary General to navigate, within that environment. But at the same time, that very toxic geopolitics essentially is the strongest argument for reform. Right? You mentioned the challenges that we face: climate, AI, pandemics. I'm an economist originally, and I worry a great deal about what is happening on the sovereign debt issues, right? I mean, what we have seen is a huge deterioration of the fiscal accounts, not in highly indebted countries in Africa. I'm talking about the big systemic countries in the G7, right? So there, if you ask me, there is the possibility of a big blow-up and a global financial crisis in coming years, right? So all of these things suggest to me that we need multilateral institutions more than ever before.
Excellent. Thank you, Augusto. Indeed, if we compare 10 years ago, there were about 15 candidates for Secretary General. Now we have only 6. So this kind of answers the question that there is not much desire to take the job in these difficult times. But that's also, as you mentioned, it's budgetary, it's geopolitical, but also the task to redesign the system sounds really profound, fundamental. And we really need that female leader to take on that task, also with her team, obviously. So it's really an important moment, as you very well prescribed, to seek for solutions outside the box, not to stick to what we already have, what we already tried over years. There were many high-level reports, there were many pacts, although not really pacts, because pact is a treaty, which is usually signed and ratified and implemented. We have yet another declaration of good willingness. So it's really a sharp moment, Rubicon, for a new Secretary General to take over all of this. Thank you. Patricia, up to you. What are you thinking these days about the future of the Pact and about the multilateralism?
Thank you, Vasilin. And I liked that you mentioned, we need to consider a structural rethinking of the multilateralism. When the Pact for the Future, the process for the Pact for the Future was interesting because it was supposed to be a very inclusive process. But in the end, what we saw was an idea from the Secretary General that came from our Common Agenda report And then civil society picked up on that idea at the fringes of that process, especially during the civil society conference in Nairobi, where impact coalitions were created to make multilateralism really inclusive. And then the Secretary General picked up that idea with the Action Days, and I had the opportunity to be there for the first time with a group of young Brazilian students that set foot in the US and New York and the United Nations for the first time after spending 4 years researching the UN, simulating the United Nations and a futuristic youth council. And after the process, those young students, that sort of privileged students from Brazil, they said, we are just a token to the United Nations. We are here to look good at the pictures for the website of the Pact for the Future. And that really resonated with me because as a professor of international relations, committed to multilateralism, committed to teach the history of international cooperation, that was the feeling and the impression a young group of Brazilian students had when setting foot in the UN for the first time. So that made me think about what sort of ideas and engagement the Pact of the Future was really, creating and, promising for those young students and privileged students from Brazil. So I think the decision-making process that was in which the Pact for the Future was conceived really was not an inclusive one, and I cannot imagine anymore a multilateralism that is not truly inclusive. It's not conceivable anymore. We cannot talk about multilateralism anymore just thinking about member states and the UN Secretariat. And for that, I think what we are missing to make the implementation of the Pact for the Future real relevant is to harness the power of imagination and imagining new ideas and imagining a new United Nations. I don't know why everybody's so fear about thinking about what a new United Nations could look like, because the old one is not serving us anymore. It's only serving the status quo for, 1, 2, or 3 powers. And why not thinking about a new United Nations that is really inclusive and imagine a new multilateralism that is based on transformative and bold ideas. I tell my students every time that I need to be optimistic by duty, because otherwise, if I just talk about fear and collapse, the possibility of a new United Nations, a new Secretary General, a female Secretary General, or having young people, indigenous peoples, women, Black people sitting at the decision-making table, that won't be possible. So the future of the Pact for the Future is to, new imagination, new ideas, recreate the system, and not just reform. We don't need that anymore.
Absolutely, Patricia. Thank you for this dream of imagination. You're absolutely right. Something also which Augusto earlier mentioned is that we should not be discouraged by geopolitics.
Exactly.
In time of crisis is the best time for reform. There is no way otherwise. I remember a sentence by the former Liberian president, the first female president of Africa, Ellen Sirleaf Johnson, and she said, if your dreams don't scare you, they are not good enough. So we should, and the United Nations has been the community of dreamers always. ACUNS is a good example of that too. In fact, I was privileged to be in all 3 parts of the UN. I was a governmental official. I was also part of the UN in my time in the United Nations, and now I'm in the 3rd UN as an academic. So you're absolutely right that we need the inclusivity of the 3 parts of the UN. It will not work only with government, it will not work only with the civil society. And ACUNS, in fact, is a great example of that synergy of all parts of the United Nations. Imagination, absolutely the right word. We need to go forward. We need a new female Secretary General to take that challenge. We have, by the way, 4 panelists from Global South, which is an amazing gender balance, but also geography. We have people from Middle East, Latin America, and Africa. So we are moving to Africa with Mika. Please give us your reflection on multilateralism and the future of the Pact.
Thank you so much for this, and congratulations on a wonderful panel and interventions. I want to emphasize what Guy Ryder said about the UN80 being a vehicle for the Pact for the future. Of course, it's important to have a fit-for-purpose United Nations. It's important to have a United Nations that is at the center of multilateralism. Right? A future without the United Nations or a well-functioning United Nations is something very difficult to imagine. Right? The plethora of problems and difficulty that the world would have to contend with. Having said that, we're well aware that when the United Nations was first established, not everybody was part of the United Nations system. Not everybody was at the table negotiating the United Nations and its system. The world has, the United Nations has come a long way, to try and become a lot more inclusive, bring more players to the party, more voices have been rising. The Global South has certainly been rising, certainly in its voice and so on. But often, when you talk about, these matters of the United Nations and multilateralism, you're essentially talking about viewpoints of, elites. You're talking about, bad discussions and negotiations, by, very high-level individuals. But, you really, factor in the viewpoint, of that granny selling tomatoes, on the street to support, a family, right? And the value of the United Nations, to that granny, that is selling tomatoes to support, her grandchildren and so on, instead of focusing on retirement and enjoying, life, and so on. The new Secretary General will certainly have to look, into the issue of how the United Nations can be better owned, by people, citizens all over the globe, especially, citizens such as, this granny. I say this because, it's important when we talk about, national level implementation of the decisions, the choices, and collective, options, taken, at UN level. Someone, a body, has to drive this at national level. Otherwise, there won't be any accountability. There won't be any purpose, in even having these discussions in the first place at the United Nations. So a strong social base that actually sees the UN, as its vehicle towards, attaining the development that is, sought, so much, in the Global South and other developing, economy spaces. Is quite fundamental, I think. I think the new UN Secretary General, when she comes in, would have to look at, that, kind of matter. How does the UN engage, the population a bit more? How does it bring that element? Not just civil society, in its sort of, academic sense, but just the people. If you like, strong UN that engages, people, more directly, and people can then, hold their own governments accountable for, the sort of negotiating positions, that they pursue at UN level. I would like to imagine, certain societies, in more developed, economies. Being thoroughly, informed, about certain circumstances that the UN finds itself in, might want, to, take to heart, the needs, of the UN, and maybe lobby, on the UN's behalf, their own states, to contribute a bit more, to the program of the United Nations, and so on. There's the one challenge, however, that I think, if you're an individual in a developing economy and you want, interventions, in your lived reality, and so on, and your state is unable to intervene, the UN, at least could be, something that, is seen as a potential, aid, if you like, to that state to be able to assist. But the UN, in my view, doesn't play as big a role as it should in the governance of the global economy. Right? I mean, we have a G20, to look at, such issues, but to what extent does the UN, play, in that kind of, space? So you've got a community of about, 193 states that don't look, into the matter of the global financial architecture, at that level, right? So instead you have say 20, 20, including maybe, continental, bodies, and so on in the African Union and the EU. But you have a small number, of states, contributing, fine, granted, a huge amount of, global GDP, 70% over, is it? But further reflecting, actually, even the extent to which you have a serious inequality in the relations between states in the globe, and inequalities, generally. But you don't have much presence, of the United Nations, in those particular spaces. So if I'm a granny again selling tomatoes, to support, grandchildren, what value would, the UN, bring, in my life, for instance, or her life, in an attempt to at least, advance, some measure of, betterness, in that reality. Yeah.
Thank you, Mika, for bringing this important point of inclusivity. In fact, yes, UN didn't start as universal, but over time, after decolonization, we have an entire global table where all member states can sit, and this is really a value. There is no other organization that consists of all the world, and for that matter, it's also important not to over-expect here, and that point is well taken. I remember in one conference, somebody asked me, what does UN bring to the table? And my answer was, UN is the table. It's no more than that. The member states should do, and UN is a facility to bring everybody. It is the table. But somehow our expectation is that UN will solve all the problem of the world. The budget of the UN is 2% of the budget of the Pentagon. But we expect the UN and not Pentagon to solve the problem of the world. So it's good always to remind us that initial humility or timidity of the United Nations, and not to over-expect, and for that matter, not to be too critical. Excellent points. Thank you for that. And the Global South, definitely. We are all here from the Global South. Now, let me move to something else. I would like not only to talk about the future of the Pact of the future, but rather the future of the original Pact, the 1945 San Francisco Pact. And all of you, to a certain extent, express concerns with that, how to call it mildly, insufficiency, that lack of delivery from the original purposes of the organization. So how do you see the future of that pact of 1945 San Francisco Pact? Can we be a bit more ambitious than this pact of the future and think more long-term? Can we design something that will be, I agree it will be idealistic. And often people say, are you realistic to talk about long-term? And I say, are you realistic to expect this P5 to deliver peace and security? Mm-hmm. So if anybody tells me that this P5 will deliver, for me that is not realistic. The current P5 are not realistic. They turn from guardians of peace to monsters. So what is realistic? So let's talk about unrealistic, realistic. So what is the future of the 1945 Pact?
Well, if it has a future, I think I would borrow Patricia's idea of like reimagining like how this organization and its purpose and I mean what it is capable of doing. But in order to do that, reimagining, if we unpack this world and what does it mean, reimagining, it means that we understand that the realities that was based on last century no longer exists. That the actors who were party to these agreements and were supposed to act upon them neither have the same level of power, and neither the power configuration and the structure is the same. We right now have corporations that are far more powerful and capable than certain countries. We have individuals, I mean, we have the world's first trillionaire who's got budgets like bigger than the UN and certain countries combined. We will also have uncertainties, and you were saying it would be ambitious to think long term. I think it would be ambitious if we even are able to think short term, because in the short term, the changes that we are going to face, particularly, for example, to mention one is AI and the impact it has on the world, the impact that it's going to have on the structure of the working class, the impact it will have on law, on the movement of money, include crypto into that. If we are even able to grasp the enormity of the change that's going to happen, and I don't think a lot of people really capture what's going on. It's not ChatGPT and all the things that we are playing with right now. It's far beyond that and far more dangerous. And in order to have a review that is relevant, we have to think about what has changed in the world and imagine how to react to it. One more thing that we need to actually come to, to be honest about. I think, just like we tend to think, for the UN to be impartial, it has to be apolitical. That I heard, for example, words that, like seeing sentences like geopolitics come as an obstacle, as if these are different spheres, as if that you can separate between them. Those are different entities acting in a vacuum where they have geopolitics on the side that is just like acting as an obstacle. It's all of one thing. And that tells us one thing as a clue to where we go, that we can have the best structures, we can have the best ideas, but without political will and political power behind it, we're not going to be able to achieve anything.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Nancy, to remind us that. So we can dream, but we need the political actors to be involved, and that's absolutely necessary. We can give ideas, but then they should be formulated in a language that political actors will take those forward. And we see that, actually, that works often. And thank you for reminding us of the speed of change, which is much different from 100 years ago. Things may happen, so what is short-term and long-term need to be obviously reformulated for that matter. Augusto, how do you see the future of the San Francisco?
Let's go back a little bit into the history. When Harry Truman closed the San Francisco conference, he made a very interesting point. He said that this charter, like the US Constitution, will be a living instrument. It will be adapted to changing world conditions, which seems to me the statement of such a important, sensible principle, right? If you want to be a bit cynical, you could say that he said that because there were 17 countries that were threatening to walk out of the San Francisco conference because of the veto, right? And to placate them, they introduced Article 109, to which I will come to in a minute. But for me, the idea that the 1945 charter, is adequate to the challenges that we face today is just not a credible one. And it seems to me, if you don't want to be cynical, I think the reason why Article 109 was introduced is because people felt that the delegates in the conference felt that, the world will change, and there will come a time when we will need to rethink the Charter and amend it. And they created this wonderful vehicle, the famous Article 109. Now, as you know, Veselin, and many people in the audience know, the Global Governance Forum 3 years ago convened a group of experts to actually think creatively about what that new charter could look like. In other words, if we abstract ourselves from the geopolitical moment, and if we just think in terms of first principles, not what can we do now, given the composition of the P5, but rather what does the world need? Then, we sat down, you were part of that group, and we came up with something that we call the second UN Charter, right? It's a 100-page document, annotated, where we build on the wonderful principles and ideals of the old Charter, right? Let me take a couple of minutes, Veselin, to talk a little bit about the political economy of an Article 109 conference, right? Over the last couple of years, together with colleagues from the Article 109 Coalition, we have been engaging with UN missions. I don't know, by now we have met 70 of them. We organized a briefing in New York last year at which 50 diplomats showed up, to talk about the second charter and the possibility of an Article 109 conference, okay? Now, this is very, very important. It really goes to the heart of your question. When you talk to UN missions, and I have had this conversation multiple times, you get a kind of a dual response. On the one hand, they say, yes, of course, we have to amend the Charter. We have to rethink our global governance architecture. And there seems to be, it's in broad support for the idea of a review conference, right? People would say, we need to have that conversation. It is important that we get together and we think, what kind of a UN do we want for the 21st century? But then immediately something else happens, and they will tell you, well, but you know what? Article 109 not only says that you can have a review conference which cannot be vetoed, but it also says that the recommendations of the review conference have to meet the blessings of the P5. And then you see this, this sense of practical depression coming into their faces and say, well, what's the point, right? Okay, so I want to address that point, because it's vitally important, okay? The first point that I want to make is that having that conversation in and of itself has intrinsic value, right? Regardless of whether ultimately the recommendations have to be approved by the P5 or not, right? Having that conversation, thinking about, what UN do we want in the 21st century is a valid conversation to have, number one. Number two, and this is where I speculate a little bit, but hopefully intelligently with you. Let's suppose that out of that conference, which is not going to be a weekend conference, is going to last several weeks, possibly months, right?
Or years.
Let's suppose that out of that conference, we have a half a dozen very important recommendations as to how to modernize the UN. And I assure you, at the top of that is going to be Security Council reform. Because when I talk to UN missions, that is at the top of the list, right? We need to address the issue of representation. We need to address the issue of the veto, all right? Let's suppose that when that half a dozen recommendations come forward, there is a great deal of support among member states. In fact, let me be more specific. Let's suppose that more than 2/3 of the member states say, yeah, we go along with that. We like those recommendations. After all, we shaped them. We were in the conference, right? My question to you is, will the P5 necessarily feel that they have to veto the recommendations, right? Because, let me just finish. I know I'm getting you all worked up, but let me finish, right? You see, it is not at all clear to me, right, that if there is overwhelming support on the part of the members for the recommendations of the review conference, that the P5 would have the political courage to actually dismiss the recommendations of this conference and basically tell the rest of the world, go to hell, right? Because then that immediately raises a very fundamental question, which is, okay, if you're going to veto these recommendations, what practical, pragmatic, constructive solution are you putting on the table to address the very, very serious problems that we face as a human family, right? And if you put that question to most of the members of the P5 today, they have no answer to that, right? So it's not clear to me. I don't think it's going to happen in the next year or two. But if you believe, as I do, that by 2030, 31, 32, whenever, the world is going to be in a much more dire situation than it is today, then it is not clear to me that in 2031 and 32, the P5 will, in a very cynical way, say, no, we veto that. Not at all clear, all right?
I hope the audience hear what Augustus just said. It's really something historical. And I hope you go back and you tell your foreign ministers what Augustus said. Because I cannot stop thinking about this. Why back in 1946, during the first General Assembly, most of the speeches were about the review conference and Article 109. The very first, it's still the kind of celebration of the United Nations. The P5 are still together. And at that first General Assembly, which took place in London, the Chinese foreign minister said, yes, if the rest of the world adopt changes, we will agree with that. The British foreign minister also said, we have a legal obligation to go with the rest of the world. Harry Truman said it's a living document. There were many, many members at the time, 17 you mentioned, who in the first General Assembly were talking about changing the UN Charter, removing the veto. The veto was seen from day one as a temporary gift to the victors of the war, which will be removed in 1955. Where are the member states today and they don't think the way their grandfathers and grandmothers were thinking back in 1946? And I agree with Augusto. The conference will start as 109 review, but it will end with a new charter with its own ratification mechanism. No more P5 necessity to ratify the new charter. It will be a new document. And by the way, this is not me. This is, again, in 1946, an interim committee already wrote that. The new charter will have its own ratification mechanism disregarding the Article 109 obligation for the P5 to ratify. It was written in that document back in 1946. So we basically don't need to rediscover the bicycle. It is there. And I fully agree. It will be a dynamics that will change. Even remember the P5 agreed to the increase of the membership back in 1965. 4 of them were against the increase from 11 to 15 members of the Security Council. When it came to ratification, all 5 did ratify. And I can imagine new leadership in Washington, new leadership in Moscow, also thinking in the way, are you inside the room or are you outside the room? And what you benefit if you're outside the room. If you have 150 countries creating a new United Nations, you are outside that. What does it mean for you? And I'm not sure a Chinese president will be outside the room. He would like to lead that new world. So I absolutely want everybody to remember what Augusto just said. Patricia.
I want to pick up on Nancy's comment about political will. Of course, we have those provisions within the UN Charter. We have Article 108 for amendments to the Charter. That is what we have discussed through reform. For instance, Security Council reform through IGN, negotiations throughout decades that end. Nothing positive is coming from IGN and Security Council reform. That would be Article 108. But what is fascinating is that the UN Charter has its own foresight mechanism. And we heard so much about foresight these past 2 days here in ACUNS. And Article 109 is that foresight mechanism. Because it's not about reform, it's not about adaptation, it's about renew. It's a new conference to renew the UN Charter. So that's why, as a way of creating that political will, from the Pact from the Future, from the impact coalitions, the UN Charter Reform Impact Coalition was created in 2024, and quickly it transformed into a bolder coalition, which is the Article 109 Coalition for a Renewed UN Charter. Some people say, they say to me, Article 109 is a terrible name for a coalition. But then I think it's a good name for a coalition because it's precisely the foresight mechanism embedded in the UN Charter. And we need to make that foresight mechanism known for everybody, and also we need to activate that foresight mechanism. And for that, our Article 109 coalition that is now established with a secretariat, Augusto and I, we have the honor to serve as part of the steering committee. I see here our director for partnerships and engagement, Sophia, and our manager for partnerships, E, and we are trying to create that political will around Article 109. When we began that process, we were, you were crazy, it's impossible, but the good news is that Mr. Trump helped us a lot because, we need to think outside the box because we cannot count on the P5 and we cannot count on the US to lead this process of thinking about a new United Nations. So as a coalition that is trying to engage member states in that process, together with engaging civil society organizations and universities, and through universities I mean not only universities as institutions, but also faculty and students, we are trying to create that space to activate Article 109 as that foresight mechanism, to engage everybody, and I invite you all to join the coalition, or at least to discuss with us. We also like to discuss with people that doesn't agree with charter renewal or Article 109, and join us in that conversation because that will create the political will we need to activate that foresight mechanism that was actually the essence of the San Francisco conference.
Yes, thank you, Patricia. Thank you for this appeal to the coalition, and I'm sure many of our guests here will join the Coalition 109. You're absolutely right. The conversation must start. We even don't need to think about the end of it. We just need to trigger that, and I'm sure the coalition itself doesn't impose as a predetermined document the second charter. They are absolutely open to any suggestion. Everything that will improve the system is very much welcome. Mika, you mentioned very importantly the other organizations outside the UN, like G20, G7, African Union, regional organization, and indeed, this is also part of the kind of the multipolar world and multilateralism we are talking about. As we mentioned earlier, that we shouldn't over-expect from the UN. We have a different world and also very much multicolor and much more better, diverse options here. And for me, this is very important here because, in a sense, we could be critical to the UN and its lack of delivery because the P5 effectively imposed that paralysis. But if we look at other organizations, there are very good alternatives, also in terms of decision-making and in terms of implementation. So how do you see that trend going?
Look, you need the United Nations. Maybe let's start there. You need the United Nations because it brings all of the nations together. It's a table. You said earlier, right? It's a major convening force. You need the United Nations. So all of these other parties, right? Your BRICS, your G20, those are smaller groups, of states, right? And just a handful of states dealing with sometimes maybe even issues that don't cover everybody. Yeah? The authority to carry decisions, the authority to maybe even decide for the global population does not lie with small groups. It lies with the United Nations. It's the one with the authority to convene everybody under one table. I mentioned the G20, because when you have to decide, major economic, policy, matters, that involve everybody, you exclude essentially, the vast, number of people, well, the vast number of states, that then get impacted. Whether they get impacted, arbitrarily sometimes, disproportionately, and so on. I mean, take the case of, the financial crisis, for instance. How was the recovery, after that? Was it, at the same pace, across the board? It wasn't. There are many developing economies that did not originate, the financial crisis, yet they had to pay tremendously, for it. Take the case of the pandemic, for instance, the COVID pandemic, the recovery, once again, disproportionately, faster, in some economies than many developed. So you absolutely need, the United Nations, as a major convening, power, entity, authority, to gather the whole world to actually take decisions collectively that, can then, be more impactful on everybody, essentially, the same, and so on. But the smaller groups can certainly be of immense value as well, in helping to lobby, in helping to, drive, the particular agenda. I mean, you take the case of BRICS, for instance, that has, risen to prominence, very, very quickly, with a lot of effort, I must say, as well. I think, it probably could, maybe be driving, a lot more, of this inclusivity agenda, a bit more. Consistently, year on year, right? You see in the declarations, of, heads of state, the centrality of the United Nations, in, multilateralism and so on. In fact, interestingly, you find the same in the G20 as well. The centrality of the United Nations, in, sustaining multilateralism, and that sort of thing. So all of these groups are quite important, in influencing and negotiating and lobbying, and driving for the sort of reformed United Nations or this charter, new charter, better charter, that we require. But who is going to, ensure that, these states do precisely that? If you do not have its own citizens saying to their negotiators, to their states, to their agents, if you like, that listen, we need this thing to work, so go there and negotiate this thing on our behalf, and not only represent, the business interests, the, financiers, and so on and so forth. Represent all of us. Go there and negotiate this thing. So the UN needs to have that sort of connection, with, those people, ordinary, global citizens on the ground, so that they can hold their own states, accountable to achieve this, this a new charter, better charter. Of course we need it.
Thank you, Mika. We are a bit short of time. I want to have at least a couple of questions from this adorable audience we have today. Maria Rodriguez and Suki Hasegawa.
Thank you very much. The remarkable panel to conclude our conference. Let me go straight to the point. Building on our own experience in the European Union. In my case, I was in charge of negotiating the Treaty of the European Union. And I would like to highlight two lessons I learned which can be useful for the situation we have regarding United Nations. One is, let's do our homework, meaning to have an updated version of the UN Charter. And I think the work already conducted by our one movement, and particularly López Claro's remarkable work, is very useful to have an alternative written on paper, because we never know. I can tell you, when we negotiated the European Union Treaty, everybody was saying, this is impossible mission. This will never happen. But then the opportunity came, and we were prepared. We had the document in our hands. So this is the first lesson. The second one, we are dealing with this right now in the European Union, is that the treaty needs to be updated regarding European Union. The same situation we have in the United Nations. And then we invented a new method to start creating the room to update the treaty. And the new method is the following. It's not easy to convene a convention, because for the time being, some member states don't want to have a formal convention. So we invented a new method called the Conference on the Future of the European Union. We could also organize a conference on the future of the UN. What we have done was to involve a new kind of actors, not only the governments, but the parliamentarians and the civil society. And we know what happened. In the end, everybody wanted to be there. Everybody. So we had a very representative conference with the civil society, with strong representation, national parliamentarians, and governments. All of them were there. And so we could come with a proposal to update the treaty. And right now, we are in the waiting room. So we have a document, and we have higher political pressure. So I wonder, it's not an easy task, but what about convening a conference on the future of UN, involving the necessary representation from civil society, national parliamentarians, and the willing governments? Because there are many governments, as Augusto was saying, who recognize that, yes, we need to update the UN Charter. So let's start with these ones. And then we need to create a situation where it will be difficult for others to say no and to be out. So this is the suggestion I'd like to make.
Thank you, Maria Rodriguez. This is really wonderful. And you also should have mentioned that European Union could deal with the veto very well. When Viktor Orban was trying to stop decisions, this idea of decision -1, -2 was very instructive how the European Union can deal with that. And the idea of parliamentary assembly is something else which also Augusto and the team in the Global Governance Forum suggest. Why not have a global parliamentary assembly? The voice of the people, the voice of all of us should be represented in a direct way through the Parliamentary Assembly of United Nations, exactly as the case with the European Parliament. Suki Hasegawa.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Excellent discourse. I think this idea by Madame Rodriguez is indeed a good one, but it's too early. I have a question to Augusto and Patricia. You mentioned the Pact of the Future and its implications and so forth. Now, based on my own experience as a special rep of Kofi Annan to East Timor, I reported to the Security Council 5 times. We made a proposal, you recall. The George Kostakos is here with the Kirsten Leitner to take the specific follow-up to the Pact of the Future in January 14th or something. I'd like to hear your views on that. If you don't remember it, let me just tell you what we proposed. We proposed the 2-stage approach. One within the next 5, 10 years. And the second step is coinciding centennial 100-year anniversary of the United Nations in the 2045. All your suggestion is there. But Augusto, you recall that we proposed immediately for the Pact for the Future, the Germans and the Namibian chairs to accept what IGN said. What did IGN say? Patricia mentioned, but they said there's an agreement among all the ambassadors, not Trump, but ambassadors, to add to the Security Council to make it representative and inclusive, 10 seats. Okay? And what Giorgio and we proposed is 10 additional seats of 5-year period for renewable, possibility for renewal. And we said, in a way, we asked Japan, Germany, India, and Brazil to forego the seats for the permanent seats, because that would increase, I think my translation is right, is oglepoli, huh? To make this impossible arrangement to perpetuate. So we said, let the Germany or Japan and India accept 5-year term to be elected, to be accountable to the society. Okay, and then ask 2045. Give Russia, China, United States, and so forth 10 or 20 years term. We need a big power. We need a big power. They should stay in the UN 10 to 20 years, but they should be accountable. So I'd like to hear your views on that.
Thank you, Suki. I got your message very well, and I hope all the Japanese, Indian, Brazilian, and South African will tell their government, forget the permanent membership. You are not going to get that. Advocate for no permanent membership. 0 permanent members. That's the ideal we want to see. This is anti-constitutional. You know, every constitution in history was about limiting the power of the already powerful. The UN Charter does exactly the opposite. It gives triple powers of those already nuclear powers. It's anti-constitutional to have permanent membership and veto. I want Augusto also to answer that, and we are done. Oh.
We're 15 minutes long. Okay. Yeah. We're already 15 minutes over. We need to thank the speaker.
All right.
Sorry. Please thank the panel, though, first. Oh, yeah, please thank the panel.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Nancy, Augusto, Patricia, and Nika. It was wonderful.
And we want to take a picture.
Okay.
All right. Great.
Thank you, Vaseline. That was great.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
That was amazing. Thank you. Thank you.
So as I mentioned yesterday when I was moderating our panel, there's so much energy in this room that it's hard to cut it off, and it really pains me to do that. But we do have people that we need to honor and thank very quickly before we go to our reception. We have several awards that ACUNS gives out, and we're going to begin with those. And then we have a couple of announcements, some thank yous, and information about our the board elections. So we're going to cover those things as quickly as possible, but we do want to make sure we're honoring everyone appropriately. So the first stage is to honor the person who won the book award for the Academic Council on the United Nations Systems Book Award. This will be presented by Lise Howard. She is a member of the board. She is a former president, and she is also a former recipient of this award. So, Lise.
Hi, everybody. It's lovely to see you, and we're 15 minutes behind, and I didn't actually know that I was doing this right now. So there's where it is. Anyway, so the ACUNS Book Award is like a pretty fun award, and I want to announce that our award winners this year are, oh, this is a great book. It's a surprise to me too. It's an awesome book. It's called United Nations Peacekeeping and the Politics of Authoritarianism, and it's by 4 co-authors. It's Sarah von Billerbeck, Berta Geppert, Ksenia Aksamitna, and Oysen Tansey. So huge congratulations to the 4 of them on this great book. For the dissertation award, there are 2 winners for the dissertation. Oh, Jean, oh, you should do this because you're actually on the committee. Thank you, Jean. Yes. Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
So I'm going to real quickly turn it over to Jean Krasno. Jean Krasno is treasurer of ACUNS. She is the head of the Dissertation Awards Committee. She's a former executive director. Jean.
Thank you very, very much. The whole conference has been so inspiring. I've learned so much. But moving on, I want to thank my dissertation committee, Alice Odinga and Pradeep Nair, for working with me on this. We enjoyed reading the amazing set of dissertations that were submitted. We saw so many wonderful works here and excited about the interest that everyone has in writing these kinds of dissertations. We decided that there were 2 outstanding contributors, so we decided to give the award to both of them. And so it is my pleasure to announce that one of the awards goes to Janina Kotajoki, and she asked a question, global pariahs or local partners? And she was asking about the non-state armed groups. And she lays out a strategy of how to talk to armed groups and include them in peaceful solutions. So she's not able to be with us here today, but we'll give her some applause. And pardon me? And we do have one of the recipients here with us today, Padmi Ranasinghe, and I'm very excited because she has a very unique approach to looking at the effects of climate and climate change on urban situations, because we know that our big cities, many of them are on water, and the water will be coming and rising, and we have to have a strategy to cope with that. So please, Padmi, come forward. So it's nature-based solutions for urban climate resilience. And yes.
So why don't we step over into the light? And you can give it to her.
So I have the privilege of...
So I know many of you have asked me or have been asking other board members if we knew the location of this meeting for next year. And I have to tell you that we're working diligently to make that happen. We have a possibility in mind. It's a bit of a timing issue. We're going to try and resolve that quickly, but I have had conversations with several people here with other options. We hope to be able to make a decision within the next month or 2, and then we'll send it out to everybody. But we know you're anxiously awaiting that information. The event that we can give you dates and a location for is the next summer workshop. We just held it last week in Kazakhstan. It will be next year at Robert Gordon University in Aberdeen, Scotland. It will be led by Uche Iloka, and he was here, so some of you may have talked to him, but he's not able to be here today. So I'll tell you that it will be May 31st to June 4th. This is an opportunity for junior scholars and early career UN practitioners to come together with presentations, feedback on their work. I did this program 30 years ago, and to this day, it's the single best professional development opportunity I've had. And I know others in the room have also been through the workshop, and I hope they would say the same thing, because it's truly remarkable. So please, all of you, some of you may be interested yourselves. I strongly encourage it. You may have colleagues or students that are interested. Please encourage them May 31st to June 4th of next year in Aberdeen, Scotland. Okay? The next item is that those of you who are members of ACUNS know that we just had board elections. We had 6 candidates for the board. You could vote for all 6, and I'm pleased to say that a lot of you voted for all 6, and the slate was approved. Some of them are not here, but some of them are. And if you are a new member of the board, when I call your name, if you're here, would you please stand? So the new members of our board, well, some of them are returning members of our board. They're continuing a term. And that's true for Inken van Borzowski. Ronnie K. Odell is shifting from treasurer to become a member of our board. And then the new members of the board are Uche Aloka, who I just mentioned, Renata Giuliotti. Oh, sorry. Oh. Alina Lyon should also be here. If Alina was here earlier, I can't see. Yes, great. Alina. And then Cyril Obi, who is not able to be at the conference. So thank you to the 6 of them for joining the board. Okay, the next thank you I have to do is the reason we needed all the chairs moved. I mentioned at the opening ceremony that we have a great planning committee that arranged for this and a great staff from ACUNS that's here to host them. And I'm going to call all of them up. I'd like them to come up here so we can get a group picture. Not everyone is here, but everyone played a very strong role in making this conference possible. So I'm going to invite all of them up to the front. So we have Veselin Popovsky. We have Julia Seixas. Yeah, please, up front, yeah. We have Richard Ponzio, who can't be here. We have Ana Santos Pinto, who I hope is there. She's not? Okay, all right. So we have Sarah, who's telling me, Sarah Rasharte, sorry. Philip Duarte, Mahik Jain, Inken van Borzowski, again. Karim Makdisi, I think he headed to the airport. Milton Nyamduzwamo, Renata Giuliotti, Sandra Tombe, who's working. So congratulations, thank you all. And I'd like them to be joined by the members of the ACUNS administrative team are here. So that's Abigail Thompson, Sadhvi Balaji. Where's Sadhvi? Oh, they're over there. Good. Abigail, Sadhvi, Nirmala Prasad. Nirmala. Okay. Pauline Corteil. Pauline. Caitlin Laddick.
That's the rest of our team who's helping us from DC, so they're not here, but to acknowledge them. But Becca, if you would please come up as well.
Oh, Becca, yes, of course. Yeah. Becca Snyder. So I asked Julia and Sarah to stay up here for a moment because they are our tremendous local partners who have gone above and beyond to host us here. So we just wanted to take a special extra moment to acknowledge them so they can be honored appropriately because NOVA has been great hosts, and it's mainly thanks to the 2 of them. They, of course, had a team, but the team is often a team of 2. So they've done wonderful work. So the many of you in this room who came up and congratulated me on how well the conference went, those people up here are the ones you should be congratulating. They did a tremendous job. At the beginning of the week, I mentioned a number of sponsors that we have for the program. I'm not going to list them all again, but there's two in particular that I would like to highlight. The first is to mention again the Portuguese Center for Foundations. I want to highlight them again because the executive director, oh, he just left, but Ricardo Garcia was here for the last panel. I was hoping to catch it before he left, but we should just applaud him again. He came to our ceremony. And then at one point along the way, we were hoping to play a video by Delta. They're the sponsors of all our coffee hours. But since the video didn't play, I just want to call out Delta because we're very, very grateful for how generous the coffee hours were. And now my next step is to invite up Sandra to talk about some logistics about the reception and the music we're going to hear. But I just have to say a final word that the success of a conference like that is due to the energy that the participants bring to the table. And every session I attended, your energy was tremendous. The fact that we had to cut off the closing plenary after 3 long days, I just think is a tremendous reflection of the energy in ACUNS, and I applaud you all. So congratulations.
All right, I feel like I need to take a deep breath because a lot happened over the last hour and 10 minutes. We were going to end on a high note, but ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to tell you we're going to end on an even higher note, because it is my great pleasure to introduce a truly vibrant and unique fixture of Portuguese academic life and cultural heritage.